Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right. I've got stray hair all over the place, Rob. It's getting goddamn ridiculous. I gotta figure this out. Hey, what's up? My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Rob Anthony.
What's up, man?
And he'll say hi to you. He won't hear you. You'll hear him say hi to you, but he won't hear you say hello to him. I assume that everybody verbally and out loud addresses us wherever they're listening, Rob.
It's implied.
Okay, good. If you'd like to join us, we will hear you that way if you call us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Those are the same phone lines you will use to win, a variety of bits of fun and frivolity. Steel Panther tickets, send you to 9 Inch Nails in Columbus. The Haunted Schoolhouse. Let's get on a haunted schoolhouse and laboratory down there in Akron. I'm watching the show over on FX with Ethan Hawke. It's called The Lowdown. It's very entertaining so far. It's got Tracy Letts, who is a playwright, but he's also an established actor. He's married to the gorgeous Carrie Coon from Copley, Ohio. And I'm not sure who wrote it, but it's set in Tulsa. Did you ever watch that show Reservation Dogs?
I started to.
It's
Never went back
entertaining.
to it.
It's about like a bunch of indigenous kids in Tulsa on the reservation, and so that same guy, I forget his name, Sterling something, he did this show called The Lowdown with Ethan Hawke, and it's very entertaining. But why did I bring that up, Rob? It's going to be one of those days. Why did I bring up The Lowdown? I was watching The Lowdown, and it reminded me of something. Oh, God. It's going to be one of those days.
What did you start with there? That was
people can't hear us, but we can hear them. And when they call on the phone, we'll talk to them.
Implied. You said
Watching the show called The Lowdown. I just watched a new episode last night.
And Rob
Ethan
Anthony's
Hawke's
over
in
there.
It, Rob's there.
I'm Alan Cox. Welcome.
And it's implied that we can hear them.
Welcome to the show.
Hi, I'm watching this other show. I literally don't. I had a very direct line of logic and reasoning that I was going to lead you down the primrose path.
Reservation Dogs.
Right.
Almost sounds
Indigenous
like Reservoir
kids
Dogs.
From this show. It's Ethan Hawke, and there's something in the show.
Oh, Tulsa? Did that have something to do with Tulsa?
No, Tulsa. It'll come to me later on when I don't even care anymore. It'll just flash across my brain. And my apologies. I don't know where the hell I was going with that. I mean, I did at the beginning, but no, I don't. Anyway, I want to send a text, 35192. Oh, wait. No. 35192 to text. Of course, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app. I'll tell you what, this morning, however, Rob, was a banner day because I get into work and I drop my stuff off at the desk out there where I prep until Mark Nolan's show relinquishes this studio, and then I get in here and start really, really digging in. But I went down the hall to have a morning pish, and what did I see? A room full of plumbers, Rob, in the men's room.
Really?
Now, I haven't been down there since this morning, but there were 2 or 3 guys in there They had giant tool bags. They had stacks of what looked to be pieces of equipment, not equipment, but like boxes of things to fix things with. You know what I mean? Like what might normally look like light bulbs or fixtures or something, you know? They were probably, I don't know, maybe they were elements to be used to fix things that needed to be fixed there in the men's bathroom. Now, I don't know to what extent that they did fix. I don't know. But when I went in there this morning, and again, I was just there for a whiz, so I'm at the urinal, but they were working hard in the stalls. And so, listen, that's something.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know how far they got. I'm not the, I'm not the site foreman there. I was just in there, take care of my own business, and they were in there working on the turlets.
Oh, I'm going to have to go check it out.
Yeah. So, but that's good. That's forward momentum in what has been a long and painful road trying to get, and again, we're not plumbers, but I've done enough work in my own home along those lines where I understand the fundamentals of plumbing, right? And I can't figure out why it would be so difficult to fix the things that need to be fixed in the men's room. But maybe they finally got to it.
It's got to be something, like something big. Like it has to be a reason that you can't just go in and fix it. Like I've not obviously been a plumber, especially in a commercial setting, but there has to be a reason you can't just go fix it all at once.
Well, certainly you'd need to know what you need, what pieces and parts you'd need to fix. But that probably takes you all of 15 minutes to figure that out.
So there must be something bigger going on.
Well, I guess so.
Like someone flushed a cat, and it's like you have to figure out where in the system it is.
Guys, somebody stuck a cat down there, and it's, listen, all I got to tell you is from the scents and smells of this building when I'm walking around, there's no one flushing cats. They're cooking them.
Oh, yeah.
And so... Thank you. Somebody did get me back on track. You were talking about the haunted laboratory down in Akron and some of the prizes you were going to give away. Thank you so much. That was precisely the thread there. The Lowdown with Ethan Hawke. He is tracking down. He's a journalist for kind of some, woke commie mag or whatever. But he is tracking down who he thinks are some killers. And one of the guys works for a company called Akron. And so he's constantly trying to get the lowdown on Akron, Akron, spelled like the town due south of us, but pronounced Akron. That's the name of the company in this show that he's trying to investigate. And I was like, why didn't they just call it Akron? I don't know. Noah, they're in Pittsburgh. Alan, the intro to the show started at 2:02 p.m. I do believe the promos stayed 2 p.m. Not sure if this will become part of Trucker Russ's lawsuit. In fact, the show did not start at 2:02 p.m. You should probably check your clock. As far as my clock in here, which is connected to the nuclear clock, Rob. That's how we always know we're on time. I started the show intro today at 2 minutes and 7 seconds. I started it. I can see it when everything hits. I can take a look back here at the log. The show intro was hit at 2 o'clock and 7 seconds. So, Noah, to your point, not 2:02, but 7 seconds is still 7 seconds. Of course. I know this because I had a lot of friends in high school who were really into punk. And so, yeah, 7 seconds is 7 seconds. The pride of Reno, Nevada, if you go back with those guys. And so, listen, Trucker Russ called the other day a very long, rambling, angry message about how this show is supposed to be on a certain amount of time. And if it's not, it is, in his words, illegal, which, as I understand it, means against the law, Rob. And obviously that's all made up. But I certainly don't want to dance with the devil there. But I do have to take a break now. So if you want to text 35192 on a watch, go to the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the humble caveman to modern day FOMO sapien. Creating Alter Ego 2026 Molecular Musical Composition.
iHeartRadio's Alter Ego. Alter Ego 2026.
Presented by Capital One.
Biggest live alt rock experience on the planet.
Thank you again so much for coming to Alter Ego.
Find out.
All the bands for Alter Ego 2026. The who, the what, the where.
This Tuesday at 9 a.m.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right, with a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs, and that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. 21 plus and present in Ohio. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM, proud partner of the Cleveland Browns. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Severe weather is on the rise every year, and millions are choosing to protect their homes with Generac standby generators. Would you like to be a part of this lucrative industry? Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer, has franchise opportunities available in your area. Join the industry-leading team with a proven franchise model generating 3 streams of revenue. Limited opportunities are available. Learn more now at GeneratorFranchise.com. That's GeneratorFranchise.com.
When there's a problem with your air conditioner, you need it fixed fast and at your convenience, not ours. Hi, I'm Doug Jackson with Jackson Comfort Services. At Jackson Comfort, we know it's not convenient to hear we'll be there sometime between 8 and 5, so we're closing that gap. Jackson Comfort guarantees our customers 1-hour appointment windows. You pick the 1-hour window that works best for you. Call or visit us online at jacksoncomfort.com, home of the 1-hour appointment window.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at
To order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
Traffic.
From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, serious lawyers for serious injuries, call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. And a couple of earlier issues clear out. You're still dealing with that vehicle fire 90 west at Ontario. That's blocking the right 2 lanes. You're stop and go back to Dead Man's Curve. Also some construction in Lake County. The left lane is closed 90 west at Route 91. I'm Mike Ross from the Total Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by GeneratorFranchise.com. The population is rising, storms are getting worse, and the grid can't keep up. Demand for Generac generators is surging. Generator Supercenter, the #1 Generac dealer, has franchise opportunities in your area. Act now at GeneratorFranchise.com. That's GeneratorFranchise.com.
On the new season of the podcast Heavyweight,
I pointed the gun at him and said, "This isn't a joke."
A man who robbed a bank when he was 14 years old, and a centenarian rediscovers a love lost 80 years ago.
How can a 101-year-old woman fall in love again?
Listen to Heavyweight on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Heavyweight and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
As soon as I can learn how to run a computer, I am starting an online petition to have Alan Cox taken off the air. So help me God, I'm having him taken off the air.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7
WMMS.
I'm glad Trucker Russ is back in the mix, man. His blue hot hatred for me, Rob, has not diminished or dimmed in the least. Over 10 years. Hey, how about those Toronto Blue Jays? Boy, did you call it. You know, I buried Coxstradamus in the sands of Jamaica a decade ago, but Rob has become quite the sports prognosticator. And you said, because the Toronto Blue Jays are my only team that are still in the running for anything, you said they were going to continue to bend the Yankees over, and they certainly did.
Yeah, the Yankees got away with one the night before, but I did make a mistake though. I thought they were back in Toronto.
They were in New York.
They did wrap it up in New York.
Yeah.
Oh,
Toronto used
Jesus Christ Almighty, excuse me.
Are you all right?
I don't know. Not even sure which end that came out of. Gotta have it moist.
Oh. Yeah, that's a good one.
I like that.
And sloppy.
Blue Jays, Game 4 of the Yankees, get their first ALCS trip in about 9 years. If you're counting there at home, that makes it 12 seasons in a row that the Yankees have been knocked out of the postseason. But okay, they're only one of the teams with the biggest payrolls in Major League Baseball.
At least they made the playoffs.
Yeah, they did.
Take that, Mets fans.
How do you like that? Yeah, they're like the #1 payroll team, right?
Yeah, it's like $345 million or something.
Something like that.
So great. See, that's what I love to see. I love that so much. And then you got the Guardians with a $90 million payroll making the playoffs.
Well, not only that, because what happens is the teams that spend a ton of money, it's not like they're going to go, we should spend less money. Problem is, the teams near the bottom never go, well, we should spend more money.
No.
Because they go, well, this is where we are. We're selling tickets. We're okay, you know.
And you're okay with making the playoffs in that way. Like, you're okay with making it to maybe the ALCS and that being it. At a certain point, it's very rare that a team that has that much of a disparity in payroll is going to continue on and win the World Series.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare that happens.
I mean, it has to. Jeff Hoffman trying to finish the job. His 1-2 pitch. There it is! The Toronto Blue Jays have punched their ticket to the championship series.
Andre Dawson of the Montreal Expos.
You can hear that guy yelling in the background after the pitch. It almost sounded like Shooter McGavin.
Yeah.
Yeah! I'm Shooter! Bang!
3 other teams fought off elimination. Tigers beat the Mariners. Cubs beat the Brewers. Phillies beat the Dodgers. So Phillies-Dodgers is again tonight. Brewers and Cubs play again tonight. And then Tigers-Mariners, Game 5 is tomorrow night in Seattle. For people who are still paying attention, we have bureau chiefs in all these cities. And I would like to see the Tigers lose just because they knocked out the Guardians.
Yep.
But Game 5 tomorrow night.
Let's
see what happens there.
Was some great video. You saw the interview with Big Papi was talking to Vlad Guerrero in the locker room.
I saw the headline. I didn't see the interview. No.
And they started going back and forth because Papi's big thing when the Yankees lose, obviously, he was a Red Sox player, right? So whenever John Sterling was the radio voice of the Yankees forever, and when they'd win, he would go, Yankees win. Oh, Yankees win. And that was how he'd wrap up every single game. So every time the Yankees lose, Big Papi does that in reverse because A-Rod and Derek Jeter are on the same panel. So he'll go, the Junkies lose. And he did it yesterday, but he had Vlad Guerrero on.
Junkies.
Vlad Guerrero kept doing it. It was so funny. And they were going back and forth, and even Jeter was laughing. Like, it was really, really good. And then John Schneider did a speech from the locker room.
From the Dukes of Hazzard?
No, the manager of the Blue Jays.
You
but yes,
blow it!
It would have been great if it was him.
Not the guy that played Bo Duke?
No, he did a locker room speech that you definitely would want to preview and edit before you play it.
Sure.
But he ended it with, we're going on to the ALCS, start spreading the news, and the locker room went crazy. It was cool to see. I'm happy to see them win.
Speaking of John Schneider, of course, Bo Duke, back in the day, I was always told he was one of the nicest celebrities out there. And I ran into him one time at a bar in a hotel where they were having the Motor City Comic-Con. And I don't know what he was there for. I think he was on one of those. He was on Smallville, not Supernet,
yeah.
right? He was on one of those iterations.
He was like Superman's
of,
dad or something.
Yeah, something like that. And he was at the bar, and I went up to him and introduced myself. And it's not like he's going to – I was just being formal. It's not like he's going to know who I am. I'd never had him on the show or anything. And he's like, so,
was he a dick?
Yeah, well, I can't even say that. He was just like, Ugh. So I was like, okay, well, maybe he's had a bit too much, because I think he liked that as well. And I don't know how long he'd been at the bar. And I noticed that nobody else was bothering him, so maybe they got the message before I did. But I kind of turned my heel and walked the other way. That was my one and only interaction with John Schneider.
I met him once at a Children's Miracle Network event in Florida.
I heard he's a real nice guy. I mean, I got him on a bad day.
Best behavior at an event like that. You know what I mean? It was him and Mary Lou Retton. I mean, how do you know, what are you going to do at that point?
Yeah. They both like to drink, boy.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he seemed nice. But again, who knows?
Mm-hmm. And even the nicest people, you can get them on a bad day.
Yeah.
Alan,
take me, for example.
Yes. Take you.
Almost every time someone meets me. God, that guy's a dick. No, I'm just having a bad day.
Right.
It's just a bad day.
Rob, your thoughts?
Gotta have it moist.
Listen, if you run into Rob, see, that's the thing with me, right? People call me a dick, but I can always hang my hat on the fact that I am unfailingly polite. I'm very, very polite.
You are.
And so am I like an awesome dude? Absolutely not. But I'm very polite when you meet me. Alan, I've been a plumber for over 20 years. Our bodies are beat to hell. We loathe doing work that reminds us daily there is no prize for being a superstar in the field. That's why it takes so long to fix stuff. Yeah, you only get paid out the ass. What are you talking about? A superstar in the field, you don't become a plumber because you're trying to be a superstar. You're trying to make a lot of money after graduating high school or whatever people become. Plumbers do fine from what I've seen. Well, I look at the invoices for my home. They're doing just fine. No prize for being a superstar. What?
Yeah, and listen, I'm one of those guys.
Most people don't have any prizes for being a super. I don't have any prizes.
I believe wholeheartedly those guys are still underpaid. When you think about what they do for a living, plumbers, electricians, contractors. I grew up with a builder for a father. Those guys, we would be screwed without them. I know what I can do physically, right? And that is very, very minimal. I will not touch plumbing. I need someone, I call them in. And you wait a month. That's why everybody, if you have kids right now, I said this to my girls, I'm like, please go learn a trade. Go learn how to twist a wrench. Because that's where the next generation of millionaires in this country is coming.
Absolutely. People who never stopped working during COVID, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Contractors and things. And, no, nothing wrong with that at all. I've learned to do a lot of things in my almost decade as a homeowner, right? I've learned to do a lot of things. There are a lot of things that are obviously beyond me.
Right.
And so if I need to hire somebody, I'm more than happy to do it. I'm not going to spend 3 hours on YouTube hoping I find somebody who knows what they're talking about. Trying to replicate their results. I'll call somebody.
See, I'll screw around with, like, if I'm going to I'll do some electrical work. Like, that doesn't
I can do
freak
that.
me out.
Nope.
I'll shut the power off. I'll do all the, like, he guy's a wuss. He's doing it that way. I'll be safe and do it my way. I will not mess with plumbing. It freaks me.
I've done some plumbing.
I'll change a toilet. You know what I mean? I'll change out faucets. I'll do things like that. But I'm not sweating pipes. I'm not doing any of that. One little drip behind a wall somewhere, and my house falls in. Like, I don't want anything to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not touching it. No. Bring in somebody that knows what the hell they're doing. Pardon. Pardon.
By the way, I do have new submissions from Brock.
Oh, good.
I'll play those for you a little bit later on. Brock
he was sick for a while.
He was sick. These are recovery farts.
All right.
Brock is our bureau chief in Cumberland, Maryland. Listens on the iHeartRadio app, and he's a guy who, even before sending them to me, for whatever reason, was keeping an audio log of all of his flatulence. And then sometimes we'll get into the peaks and valleys of that, and he'll send them to me. Do you hear what's going on in another studio right now?
I don't know what it is.
I don't either, but the fact that we can hear it.
Is it a studio or is it happening like out in the...
I don't know. All I know is I can hear something through the wall, and it's not anything that the audience would hear, but it's just annoying enough.
Yeah, no, I hear it.
I'm like,
keep hearing it.
It shouldn't even be a thing.
Well, I can tell you it's not Kiss FM. Bastard.
Alan, is there any chance that somebody has been shoving your Celsius drinks into the toilet? Wow, imagine that. 2 birds, 1 stone, right? They haven't been stealing them and drinking them. They've been jamming them into the toilets. Hence the problems over there. Well, there's a new conspiracy theory for the Celsius. For the Celsiuses that have been stolen from the fridge there.
Get you every time.
I love that bit. I told my daughter, my daughter was performing. She had a concert. I was in Michigan on Saturday night. She was, her choral group was performing with the Lansing Symphony Orchestra. She's at Michigan State. And it was a big, long show, and she was only performing in the first half. So the back half, she was able to come up and sit with me. The back half of this show was a performance of The Planets by Gustav Holst. Now, I am not like a huge classical music guy. I'm not very knowledgeable in that way, but I love that piece. And so when I saw that it was on the program for that night, my daughter thought I was kidding when I was like genuinely excited. And that's what that's from. Now, it's all very cinematic music. It's, Jupiter and Saturn, the bringer of old age, and Uranus, the magician. And, all that. It's quite literally named from the early 20th century. But I just love that piece. And so then my daughter's like, well, how do you know it? And I go, well, there's one piece that I play on the show occasionally. I said, and the bit is that I forget it's going to keep going.
It's a bit?
And she just looks at me and she goes, pretty good bit, Dad. I go, yeah, it sure is. That's what's paying for college, kid. How you like that?
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of which, $1,000, not for me, but for thee. First of 4 keywords you'll get today, last 4 of the day, to grab some money from the Buzzard Bookie. So I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Dollar. That's dollar. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, you also got to think how expensive materials are. I'm an electrician, and we wire up new-built houses. We're not a big company, but we spend $3 million a year just in materials. Yeah, it's crazy. Pretty wild. Alan, it's a common misconception that plumbers are rich. It's decent while the body is healthy, and then the body is broken, and nobody gives a crap about you. Well, okay. I mean, I'm kind of confused by what you're saying. First of all, the plumbers that I've dealt with, they might not be rich, but they're not hurting for anything. It's a perfectly a great way to make a living, from what I understand. But also, I'm confused by the whole, like, nobody gives a crap about you thing. I don't know that that's confined to plumbers. I don't know. I think if you go into that as a business, like, I don't know. Is it people take it for granted, or people are crappy to them? I don't know. I don't know what, people are expecting as far as accolades go. I don't know.
What in the hell is that?
I don't know.
It is so loud.
It's got to be obviously it's in one of the studios on either side of us. Maybe I don't know.
You think someone's
There's nobody in KISS because they fired Jeremiah.
Right.
There's nobody in there. On the other side of us, it might be
GAM? Oh, no, that's Leanne.
It's Leanne on GAR. But she's not
so
allowed.
loud.
Yeah, I don't understand what it is either. I don't know.
We're a radio station. Isn't that awesome? We're in a radio studio, a soundproof radio studio. Oh, goodness gracious.
Well, it's slightly annoying. Dave, are you able to hear that?
Yes, I am.
He doesn't like it either. Yeah. One more thing, and then I'll move on from the baseball thing. The ad somebody took out about the Guardians. The full-page ad in the Plain Dealer. Did you see that? It went viral. It was going around. Full-page ad in the Plain Dealer by an anonymous source, I guess. I don't know if maybe since then they have determined who took the ad out. But it says, Cleveland is witnessing history. Jose Ramirez will be remembered as the city's greatest of all time. Paul Dolan is wasting his career. No vision, no investment. Jose deserves better. The fans deserve better. Cleveland deserves better. Either commit to winning or sell the team, Paul. 76 years is long enough. And there's obviously constant calls, for ownership to sell. Listen, we just got around this past summer to getting Jerry Reinsdorf to sell the White Sox. He'll still have the Bulls, but he's selling to those Ishbia brothers, the guys who own the Suns, and they own a couple of WNBA teams, a couple of billionaires who took over their dad's mortgage company, a couple of rich dudes who took dad's money. They tried to buy the Broncos after COVID, but that didn't happen. So Jerry Reinsdorf is finally getting ready to sell the White Sox to some people who might do something with it. And people have been calling for the Dolan family to do the same. But again, this goes back to what I talk about when they're talking about team payrolls, right? If you're putting asses in seats and more ballparks, they're trying to turn them into amusement parks, these owners are like, why am I going to spend money on players? I got people coming to the parks to watch the game. Especially a place like Cleveland, I think these owners get in the mindset of, these dummies show up even when the team stinks.
Yeah, but
what
I also
am I going to
think
spend money for?
Cleveland has always kind of been, they develop a hell of a farm system too. I mean, they're feeding a lot of guys through here.
I agree.
So again, I mean, I agree. You got to go out and you got to spend money to win championships, right? But I don't know. Part of me loves the way they do it. I get what everybody's saying, but I don't know. I was a Yankee fan for 30 years. I was there through all the crappy years. And when they won in 96, there was no superstar marquee talent. There was a couple of guys on that team in Boston that won that championship, right?
And it makes for a better story, too.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you have, like, just megawatt stars and they win, there's no, there's no...
It's expected. You should win.
People love an underdog story.
Right. And that's what
and
Cleveland
owners
is,
do, too,
sure.
because they're like, oh, that just means I have to spend less.
Until it catches up with you. You know what I mean? Then you've got, okay, well, now what do? You've got 5 superstars that you've developed in the farm. Are you going to hang on to them all and sign them, or are you going to start trading people?
Guardians are 25th out of 30 on the list of Major League Baseball team payrolls. Pirates, White Sox, Tampa, A's, and Marlins are the only teams that spend less. Marlins at the very bottom. Their payroll is $67 million a year. Number one, of course, the Mets, $323 million a year. There's a lot of deferred money in there, too, but...
Somebody wrote in the chat, wow, a full-page newspaper ad. What did that run them, $75?
That's exactly what I thought. I'm like, who is this person? A full page, what is this, 1986? A full-page ad, with respect to the fine men and women of the Cleveland Plain Dealer. A full-page ad in the Plain Dealer?
I wonder what they charge for it now. Like, for real.
I think that person is probably right. Like, I have to assume that, obviously it went viral, and so maybe this person had the foresight to figure that was going to be the case. So why spend money online? This thing's going to make the rounds anyway.
Right.
But, and there's some nostalgia to it, obviously. I mean, it does, it's pretty striking, if you want the physical copy of a full-page ad. It is kind of a throwback. But that was exactly my thought as I was like, wow, this is not exactly how you go wide in 2025.
You better be careful or I'm going to go ahead and advertise on the Yellow Pages next.
I've taken out time on the Saturday Night Community Access Show. You'll be hearing. Damn it. Hold on. You'll be come on. You'll be hearing from me, Paul Dolan. I've broken some time on the AM suburban Korean station. Yeah. No, that's what I thought. I'm like, wow. I mean, again, it's cool. This guy took out a full-page ad. But, yeah, pretty wild. Joe Flacco won't save the Bengals season. That's the crux of most of the articles I've seen about Joe Flacco going to Cincinnati. Jose Ramirez took out. Did you imagine
did
that?
Himself.
J-Ram took out the plain dealer ad. Yeah. Baseball been very, very good to me, and here is a full-page ad. Who was the guy that Garrett Morris, that whole baseball been on SNL? What was his name?
Oh, I don't know, but I thought Sammy Sosa was the originator of where that came from.
No, Garrett Morris.
Baseball's been very, very good to me.
No, that was Garrett Morris on SNL in the 70s. What was the Chico Escuela? He's like I think baseball.
Thank you very, very much. Baseball being very, very good to me. Thank you, Hayne. P.T. Ross. Baseball being very, very good to Pete Ross. $3.2 million para Pete Ross.
Yeah, $3.2 million. Remember back in the day, that was just the height of largesse for a ball club to give a guy. Can you believe they're giving him $1 million a year to play a child's game, Frank? It would be funny if J-Ram took that out, right? Or his people took it out. Although he seems, at least publicly, he seems far too humble to take something out that says he will be remembered as the city's greatest of all time.
Imagine that the first draft is like, I deserve better. Oh, crap. Jose deserves better.
Jose, you're going to want to put this in third person, all right? Not first person.
Damn it.
All right. Paul Dolan is wasting his career. Well, what? He a lot of his money, too, goes to trying to get his kid into the Senate, right? Or is that Paul ran for something, but isn't his kid trying to become a senator?
I have no idea.
Matt Dolan, isn't that one of his kids, or is his brother? I don't know. I don't understand the hierarchy of that family. I don't know, but I got to take a break here. Speaking of Cleveland, the guys in Steel Panther, they think Cleveland rocks. They cover the song, committed to that very notion. And they're coming back. Steel Panther is celebrating the 15th anniversary of their album called Feel the Steel, and they're going to come perform it for you, along with their other hits. MGM Northfield Park in a couple of weeks. It is Thursday, October the 23rd. That is 2 weeks from tonight out at MGM Northfield Park. Caller 10, these tickets are yours if you want to go see Steel Panther. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
target mass appeal. Make an audience feel he really needs it.
I always thought this was an underrated Rush album. It's called Presto from the late 80s. I don't know if they play stuff. This had Show Don't Tell on it and Superconductor, and they had a handful of really good songs on it. I liked it a lot. It was kind of when Rush kind of started to put maybe the keyboards in the background for a minute there. You know, mid-'80s, they were really getting into that kind of stuff, and there's a little bit more guitar forward. Of course, they're coming here to Cleveland on that 50th, well, 50-something is what they're calling the tour. And they added a second night here in Cleveland. Apparently, they're adding a lot of shows. They're still doing 7 cities, but Cleveland and Mexico City were the only two that only had one show. Now Cleveland has a second, but other cities are getting like 2 more shows. These guys are going to end up doing 4 nights in L.A. and Dallas and Chicago, and so a lot of opportunities to see Rush. But here in Cleveland, it's going to happen on the 17th and the 19th of September next year, obviously. And if you go to WMMS.com, hit us up on Instagram. Go to WMMS.com to find out how you can get tickets for the show, because we're going to have them for you. And I think that they will go on sale. I think that the general on sale is coming up a week from tomorrow. I think October 17th is the on sale.
And you can sign up for that pre-sale through the band. I think it's on their website.
Yeah, Rush.com, you can get over there, and they'll give you like a pre-sale code or something. But they've got a German drummer, this woman named Annika Nilles, who is just dynamite. So I'm most excited to kind of see, I've been following her on social media for a long, long time. She used to tour with Jeff Beck. I guess I have to tell you, she toured with Jeff Beck when he was alive.
Yeah. It's good that you added that.
Well, it was a much harder tour to perform after he died.
Sure.
But anyway.
I posted her thing from Drumeo yesterday, and I was like, I'm sorry, hard-ons. You were saying? Like, you might want to pay attention to why they hired her.
Yeah, but also, you do need to assume that those guys know exactly what they're doing, so they're not going to get some scrub. But aside from that, it's such a bummer to still see, like, this inherent sexism when it comes. It's not like there are 2 female drummers, right? There are a lot of female drummers, and there always have been. And just like male drummers, there are varying degrees of skill.
Yep.
And she is a very, very skilled drummer. But I started to see, once her name got out and after this announcement was made at the Rock Hall on Sunday where you and I were, a lot of people weren't hip to her. I knew exactly who she was as soon as they said it, and I was so excited when they did. But all these articles, when it started to blow up, was like, can she really play the drums? I'm like, guys, what are you talking about? She's just a gal. I mean, that was the implication. She's good. Yeah, guys, that's why the guys in Rush picked her to sit in for Neil Peart.
Well,
because she is good.
Well, you just see all these idiots that know nothing about it. You know what I mean? And just bitching very like normal, right? Bitching loudly about things they know nothing about.
But instead of getting upset, why not take 5 minutes to watch her videos?
I agree.
You can save yourself a lot of time of your hair on fire.
Who's the guy that's on TikTok with the beard that plays ridiculously fast?
Is Ellis Stapio something?
Yes. So everybody's like, well, it should have been him. I'm like, no, it should not have been him.
I'll tell you why it shouldn't have been him, by the way. What I would like you to do is find that guy and go find some videos of him with his band.
Yeah.
See, that gospel chopping and all that kind of like crazy drumming, that's super fun for social media. It does not work in a band.
No.
Right? So if you ever see video of his band, he's playing just straight ahead 2 and 4, so it's really cool. And the guy's crazy talented.
Very.
But that's not stuff, if you have like rudiments and these like crazy chops and you're doing blast beats and stuff like that, that's all fun.
Yeah.
But that's what most of social media is.
It should have been Danny Carey.
If you're in a band, you gotta serve the music, and there's no music that accompanies all of that crazy drumming.
And I think they would have caught much more crap from the Rush faithful if they had brought in a Danny Carey type drummer to take his spot, because I think people would have looked at that and said, okay, they're trying to have the best drummer in the world replace the best drummer in the world for this band. They want to do Rush 2.0. And that's exactly what they didn't want to do, which is why they hired someone like her who is as amazing as she is. You know what I mean?
Well, but also there are plenty of very, very accomplished drummers, okay? And Danny Carey, because it's a guy you know from a band you know, doesn't mean he did that. I'm sure some people remember when he did like the Rush tribute stuff and like that.
That's what
Obviously,
they were talking about.
Yes, obviously Danny Carey is a talented guy, but there are also amazing drummers you've never heard of.
Right.
An Austrian guy named Thomas Lang. Go watch him. Go watch Thomas Pridgen. He was behind the drums for the Mars Volta for a minute, but I mean, he's another one of these guys who's just, his skill level is unbelievable. You want somebody that doesn't just, and they talked about this at this event, Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson. They were like, anybody can play the notes. There's got to be a feel and a vibe for what's going on back there with, people called Neil Peart the professor.
Right.
Because he was so precise in his playing. Now, his detractors, and he had them, thought that his playing was too sterile, that there was no groove to it, or there was no. But Rush is not a band that required a ton of that, and he could throw it in when he needed to. Go watch Neil Peart do anything else, right? Tribute to Buddy Rich or on Letterman, right?
Yeah.
There's no drummer at that level who doesn't have groove.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to be able to do a billion different things, and she's dynamite. So there are all kinds of people. And again, she was recommended. It's not like they did this hard target search of every doghouse, hen house, outhouse, and cat house. She was recommended to them by like somebody in their management.
It was Geddy's bass tech.
Yes, it always goes back to who you know. And they called her up and were like, we'd like to very quietly bring you up here, see how we all mesh together. So it wasn't like remember back in the day, and I think it was in the documentary, Some Kind of Monster, when they were going to replace Jason Newsted.
Jason Newsted.
In Metallica. Every bass player on the planet auditioned to be part of Metallica. Really good bass players, too. These weren't scrubs. And they went with Rob Trujillo. That's not what this was. At least not that they alluded to. It doesn't sound like, it sounds like she was recommended to them. They brought her up, said she's great.
This could be fun. Let's try this.
Yes, this could be fun. They didn't spend months auditioning drummers.
I think she's going to be great.
She's going to be great.
Awesome.
Go watch her for 5 minutes on YouTube or something else. She's going to be great.
I think the only person that I maybe could be more excited about if they had gone the way of bringing in someone prolific, I think Mike Portnoy would have been awesome in that role.
From Dream Theater.
Yeah.
No, he's great too.
I just think from that progressive type drummer.
It does come down to vibe. You'll recall he was with Avenged Sevenfold for a minute.
Yeah.
And they were like, we're not meshing well.
But again, that's not him. Like, listen, Avenged Sevenfold is Avenged Sevenfold, and Dream Theater is Dream Theater.
Yeah.
Right? Like, listen to what he does in that, and then listen to Avenged Sevenfold. I mean, he's definitely. I think he could have been much. Like, he's such a good drummer in that way, where the professor stuff sort of lines up in that style of drumming.
Yeah, listen, it's, and I know there are people who are like, it's so stupid. They should have gotten John Stamos. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. But they didn't, all right? He's already, he's previously engaged.
Good
with the Beach
vibrations,
Boys.
covers.
Yes.
I can't wait, man. I cannot wait for those shows. I'm going to buy tickets to both.
Both of them?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I got to go to both.
Okay. Well, I bought my incarceration tickets today.
Did you? Yeah, I saw
I did.
Because there was a pre-sale today, and then it goes on sale to the GP tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So anyway, there was an article about how Rush secretly ended up being one of the coolest. Rush was secretly one of the coolest bands on the planet, or the coolest band on the planet, or something. So anyway, yeah, Rush obviously back in the news. More and more difficult for Geddy to hit those notes. You know, when you're playing a band like that, and so much of the singing is high notes, falsetto, and not falsetto, but I mean, he's not the Bee Gees. But he had to get some notes, boy.
Well, they even showed it during that, because before they came out, they showed, I know you've already talked about this, but they showed that whole Hall of Fame night.
Induction.
Yeah.
And that was a while ago. And even then.
And that was 10 years ago, or what? No, more than that.
More
that
than
was
that.
12 years ago.
Yeah.
And you could see then he was struggling to get to some of those highs. He was leaning back. You could see he was forcing it. That stuff is not easy to sing at all.
And by the way, these guys could have, I think, they could have gotten somebody who was less skilled to play these songs. And even if people were, everybody's response would have been, well, they're not Neil Peart.
Right.
So my thought is, it doesn't really matter how good the drummer is. Obviously, there's a bass line there for a band like Rush. You want somebody who can, in the spirit of Neil Peart, replicate what he did. But even if they didn't have that, people would go, well, it's not Neil Peart. What do you expect? They could have put Josh Freese back there. They could have put
anybody,
Jimmy Chamberlain back there. There's a lot of more mainstream talented dudes, but
I'm happy
and
it's
women
her.
too.
I think it's great. I love that it's her. I think it's going to be awesome. I cannot wait for those shows.
Yeah.
I may even try to travel, depending on where. I know they're going to announce more dates. You know what I mean? Like
You think so?
Oh, I do.
I mean,
Absolutely.
some of they've added more shows in some of these cities, so they're still doing 7 cities, but they're up to like 30 shows.
Yeah, I think they're going to do. They're going to have to do some more big city. Like you look at the giant gaps in the country. Like they're not. There's nothing really in the South other than Dallas. You know what I mean? Like they're going to have to do more for sure. There's nothing in the Northeast. New York is the closest. I think they'll have to do something. I think they'll do Montreal.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tulsa, Oklahoma welcomes Rush.
Nope, probably not that one.
Oh, okay, not that one.
No, I don't think so. But I do think like the only Canadian city they announced was Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to play Montreal. They're going to have to play Vancouver. They're going to have to cover that country. You know what I mean?
Montreal, bonsoir. C'est Rush.
Hey,
like that?
Maybe.
Yeah.
And then I think you'll see like a Boston date happen. I mean, it's too big. The Northeast is too big.
Oh, good for you.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Yep.
And I think depending on how fast this sells, that will dictate how they do the next leg of it. Because if it continues on, if you think about it, they're not starting until late, but they're already practicing and rehearsing now.
Well, they also said that this whole thing was them kind of dipping their toe back in
Right.
to see if they really wanted to continue.
I think they absolutely will.
I think you're right. I can't imagine that these guys have been touring. They know what touring is.
And they're not going to leave money on the table.
Which is where their reticence came for the past 10 years, right?
I say leave money on the table, but I didn't get the vibe at all that mattered. You know what I mean? Like, those dudes are so cool and just, like, straight ahead.
It's not like they need the money.
No, but they just
Right.
didn't they just seem like two of the nicest guys you've ever met in your life?
Well, they're always hanging out together too.
But they made you feel like you were just sitting there in a room with them. Like, it was insane how like
Rob,
they're just so nice.
we were just sitting in a room with them.
You know what I mean.
We were in the third
involved
row,
in their
Rob.
conversation.
We were literally just sitting in a room
We were
with
just
them.
sitting in a room with them. I mean, I didn't want to say it like that, Alan. I was trying to make the commoners not feel as bad about
The
it.
commoners. The hoi polloi.
You know, like we're kind of big deals, dude.
Dateline, Toledo, Ohio. A woman breaks into a guy's house and starts slicing up his junk. And Channel 13 there in Toledo was on the case.
Warrant is out for the arrest of a Toledo woman accused of breaking into a man's home, then cutting one of his testicles. Toledo police looking for Janita Hopings. We're going to show you a picture from 2012 of Hopings. Police believe the 45-year-old woman went to the home.
2012? They got a picture of her from 2012? They don't have anything more recent? Hey, 13 years ago, this is what she looked like. Now she's going into guys' houses and cutting their nuts.
The 45-year-old woman went to the home of someone she knows yesterday, kicked open the door. The guy living there told police he heard someone breaking in, so he ran down the stairs, but he didn't have any clothes on. That's when Hopings allegedly attacked him, cutting one of his testicles. He had to go to the hospital for treatment. Hopings is charged with felonious assault and aggravated burglary.
Okay. Would you see when I heard, she broke into a guy's house and cut his nuts? I didn't realize like the guy leapt out of bed naked and starts running around the house. So it was already there. She's just swinging and got one of his nuts. I thought it was more surgical. Like she crept into the room. She slowly pulled down his sweatpants and then she made an incision. Would you run around your house naked in the middle of the night? When you hear someone breaking in?
If you were naked, I mean, if I were sleeping naked, which I normally don't, but if I were, and someone broke in, I'm not going to take my time to get dressed and find out why someone broke into my house. I'm going to go confront the situation.
But do you grab your firearm? Do you grab a Louisville Slugger?
Whatever I have.
Okay.
And hold on. Hey, hold on a minute. I got to put on some pants.
It's going to resemble a Louisville Slugger.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to swing this thing at you.
So the Toledo Nut Cutter, they're on the lookout for this lady. Most recent photo of her from 2012. People take pictures of every goddamn thing in their lives now and throw it on social media. All they have from this girl is from 2012.
I got to be honest.
Maybe she went underground.
That picture, too, man. You're going to have a fight on your hands. That's a big woman right there.
Well, there's more to that story, obviously. She kicked in the door of a guy she knew and then chased him around and sliced his junk.
Oof.
You might recall, too, the Toledo Nut Cutter is one of the more difficult sex moves over there on Urban Dictionary. If you've ever tried it. It ain't easy. I tried it in college. You got to do it on a chaise lounge, and your partner can only have 7 toes. And you got to have a pound of peel in each shrimp, a roll of packing tape, and a crosscut saw. But then it's okay. Once you get out of it, you'll have a good time.
That's not the one you need a roll of dimes for?
No.
Oh, all right.
Nope.
All right. I got my cities mixed up.
Yep. Yeah, you're thinking of the Chattanooga Creeper.
That's it.
That's the one that you're thinking
what it was.
Mm-hmm.
You can take me, but you cannot take my bunghole.
You all made me some real lightweight slacks. Make these a half inch bigger in the waist. Make the pockets at least an inch longer. My money and my knife and everything fall out. Wait just a minute. Now, another thing, the crotch down where your nuts hang is always a little too tight because they cut me under there. Let's see if you can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends. Round under my back to my bunghole.
They cut me underneath. It's like riding a wire fence.
Man.
That's a Johnson City nut cutter right there. From Hagar Pants.
Puts a beating on Jumbo.
Jumbo's taking a beating today. It's like I'm riding a wire fence. When I gain a little weight, I got to let these pants out. Otherwise, they're cutting me down where my nuts hang.
All the way back to my bunghole.
Last thing I need is Ladybird kicking in the door, 2 in the morning. I'm running around, flipping and flopping.
Cut me.
Cut me underneath.
Where my nuts hang.
People are still sending me their thoughts about my beverages being stolen. We got a letter from Zach, who hits us up a lot. Alan, I think it's either the clam jammer himself. He puts Carmen Angelo in parentheses. The clam jammer? Is that what people are calling him?
Oh, I think he was the clam blaster, wasn't he? And
I have no idea.
He called himself that at one point.
Zach thinks it's either Carmen Angelo or Doogie.
It's neither of them.
Roger never sets foot in the studio anymore, and JL.
Does he
a
mean
typo?
Rover?
Rover. Oh, I'm like, who's Roger? Oh, that must
Typo.
be a typo. And JLR would be too easy of Roger.
It is right above the G's, right above the V.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, look.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
That's
there it is.
funny as
All right.
hell.
Well, Roger's Morning Glory is a very popular show. JLR would be too easy of a suspect. I said this from the top. It ain't Jeffrey because
It ain't?
he's way too polite.
It's none of the people that he mentioned.
No.
No.
I, too, am fueled by rage. He wants us to call out the person that you think it is. My only point is, A, the audience isn't going to know who we're talking about, so that's a Pyrrhic victory.
Correct.
And if it's not them, then we have unfairly maligned one of our colleagues.
Oh, no. It's them. I'm positive.
All right.
Alan, my guy.
Oh, Shower Bongs called and had some thoughts. Hold on.
Oh.
You okay over
I
there?
just slapped my microphone.
Yeah.
Euphemism.
Alan, my guy. When is enough going to be enough? You have had several of your drinks, your Celsius drinks, stolen from the fridge, and you do nothing about it. You're just, oh, it's no big deal, whatever. At this point, it's a big deal. You need to do something about it. Here's an analogy for you. Your Celsius is freedom. You are the American citizen, and the person taking it is Donald Trump. You're going to sit there and keep letting them do what they're doing? No! Fight for your freedom. Get out there and get to the bottom of it. That's what you should be doing. I do have a theory, though. I do think that possibly it's Roberto taking your drinks because, you guys say, like, hey, we have a few people working here now. We just can't seem to pinpoint it. And then here's Rob. Oh, I think it's this person. I think he's trying to point the finger away from himself because he's chugging your Celsius before the show and then playing dumb. That's just my theory. It's Showerball.
Cut him off, too. It's as far as he's concerned, it's my freedom that's at stake, Rob. What? What? Listen, what? People go, you gotta do something. Do what? That's it.
I've been.
Do what?
I've been
like, I'm not gonna. I know it's annoying, but what am I gonna do? Really? Scream and yell? It's not gonna change anything. They got bigger fish to fry around here right now. Trust and believe. So
I just
it's
think
not
it
the
takes
end of the world.
massive balls to be willing to start stealing again the day after 3 of your coworkers got fired.
And begrudging respect. I gotta say.
Balls.
It's a ballsy move. Because half the people in this audience are saying I'm being too calm, and the other half are like, big deal, pussy. I'm like, yeah, exactly. And I'm in the middle. Right. I'm not a guy that flips out about stuff anyway. I'm not a guy that flips out about big stuff.
Oh, and I'm just fueled by rage. Like I'm always angry.
I know.
So it's good for me. This is awesome.
I need to keep that under wraps, or I will go nuclear at the slightest provocation. I can't do that. I'm trying to live a life here, Rob.
Oh, this is
me.
me.
I'm trying to exist in society, you know?
This is me maintaining it.
I know it is. And this is me maintaining, too. But anyway, thank you, Shower Bongs. It truly is my freedom as a citizen.
And it's not me. I'm not stealing it.
No, it's not Rob, please. He wouldn't have to. He'd go, hey, can I have one of those? I go, yeah, go ahead. Wouldn't have to.
I learned my lesson after I stole all of his Uncrustables.
Oh, my God. I'll never forgive you. Hey, pair of tickets, the Haunted Schoolhouse and Laboratory in Akron, celebrating 50 seasons of fear. The scenes and the scares and the incredible detail inside the Haunted Schoolhouse. Listen, you may be somebody who just hated school in general back in the day, and the mere mention of it is haunting enough. They got the Midway there, too, so you're not going to starve. They got food trucks, and you can get some beer and while you're waiting. HauntedSchoolhouse.com. They got the info. They got the tickets. You can have this pair be caller number 10, and we'll set you up. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Clear tonight with a low of 40. Friday, sunshine, a high 68. Partly sunny on Saturday with a chance of rain and 68.
This report is sponsored by Batteries Plus. Dead car battery? The experts at Batteries Plus will have you in and out fast. Replacements usually take about 20 minutes.
and watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Little Lamb of God. These guys are playing Canton a week from Saturday, headlining that armored MMA event down at the Hall of Fame Stadium. Drowning Pool and who else? Silent Theory, I think is the band. It'd be good. Are you going to that at all?
No.
You going to that Lamb of God show? I think I might. Yeah, it'd be a good time. And, of course, we do a metal show here on the Buzzard on Saturday nights. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight, where you'll hear all that kind of music. Here's a little taste. We're going to play a brand new song from a band called Rage, Rob. Rage, these guys have been around for like 40, 45 years, and they keep dropping new stuff. And so we'll premiere that for you.
Zach De La Rocha still in that band?
You were thinking of Rage versus The Machine.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, different band?
A lot of local metal lined up for you, too. We'll play some stuff from Midnight, Voices of the Damned, a band called Gouted Corpse. Can't wait for that, boy. And so a lot of new stuff, a lot of throwbacks, a lot of local metal. So if that's your vibe, man, join us on Saturdays this week, 2 hours to midnight, starts at 10. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler represent the heavy metal triumvirate here at iHeart Cleveland. And so once a week we put our heads together and vomit forth, if you pardon the pun, 120 minutes of nothing but metal. So that's Saturday night. I was just giving away passes for the Haunted Schoolhouse, and there's been a bunch of stories this week about people who are getting in trouble for their Halloween displays. Now, Halloween it's fine. Some people, their whole personality is Halloween. It's their favorite holiday. They wait all year for Halloween. That's totally fine. I think it's one more thing that adults absconded from children, but okay, it's fine. But my favorite part of Halloween is when people get in trouble for their Halloween displays. Now, it runs the gamut. It runs the gamut from some people getting in trouble because it's too graphic, people getting in trouble because people in their neighborhood don't realize it's almost so subdued that people don't realize it's a Halloween display. Some people have had police called to their house because there were like bloody garbage bags on the front stoop, and their neighbors didn't realize that it was decoration. This year, though, you have a lot of people getting in trouble for their Halloween displays because, as with so many other things, they have a political bent to them. And not everybody thinks the same way, obviously, no matter what neighborhood you're in. And so you're going to have some people, one way or the other, getting their undies in a twist. One of our bureau chiefs in Kentucky, listening on iHeartRadio, sent me a story about a guy who's facing charges because his Halloween decorations depicted the bodies of local officials.
Oh, Jesus.
So because I was like, well, what's a charge? I mean, it's technically free expression. I know that's going away in this country now, but, it used to be a thing. But they're getting him with, like, intimidating a witness in a legal process or something. So this is one of these guys who's, these people who go full tilt boogie against local council people when the complaint in question is always very mundane. This is a guy who has a big problem over zoning issues.
Oh, God.
And so, of course, the natural reaction is to depict local council people in various states of decapitation and blah, blah, blah. Stephen Markham is the guy. And listen, everybody in this town knows who this guy is. So they're like, yeah, we've dealt with him before. This is a bummer. The local council people know who the guy is. He had 5 fake bodies in trash cans, and they were all labeled, trash bags, sorry, and they were all labeled. He had one hanging that had a sign that said, District Judge. And then they had another one that said Mayor. And, I don't know how scary it is if you have like a lawn and leaf bag tied up and the sign on it says Zoning Manager. I mean, go to Home Depot, get one of them 9-foot skeletons, and you're going to get a better reaction from people. So the cops show up. He's like, I don't want to talk about it. And they go, well, we got to take you in. So he's going to get arraigned. And again, the city council people are like, yeah, we know who the guy is. We've never personally had problems with him, but everything's really weird now.
Yeah.
So you have to treat these things. You don't know where anybody's coming from anymore. But like I said, the complaints are always so stupid. The guy's been in an ongoing dispute with the city over zoning ordinance violations. Well, sure, zoning. You know, it's not like somebody skewered his dog on the front lawn or something. And I guess he had accrued some fines, and he wanted to let everybody in his neighborhood know these are the people who are responsible. Because it's with these kinds of people, by the way, it's never a them problem. It's always a you problem. It's always because of you. It's not because of them. It's your fault that he's not happy with things. And so then he put up these Halloween decorations. And they're like, look, man, you know, it's obviously an expression of how you feel or whatever, but they're not supposed to be out there kind of like threatening people or whatever. And so that's why they got the police involved. There's a sheriff who is getting some backlash because his front yard Halloween display involves ice. This is in Mobile, Alabama. Now, again, nobody should be surprised that it's a local sheriff in Mobile, Alabama, where my dad grew up, who is getting some pushback for this. Now, sheriffs normally don't care, right? It's an elected position, and if you can get enough people to, you know, like the cut of your jib, you're going to have that job for a long time, right? County sheriffs can have their jobs for a long time. This guy has skeletons in ice T-shirts and other skeletons climbing the fence around his property wearing serapes and sombreros. Boy. So it's not even remotely subtle, by the way. And that should come as no shock either. But this is his Halloween decorations are getting people in a tizzy.
Catching some heat and getting praise over a controversial Halloween
display. Oh, I forgot to mention
in his
that.
front
Yes.
yard.
Praise and heat, Rob. For anything like this, you're going to get equal measure praise and heat.
Yeah.
They're in Mobile, Alabama.
Parade complete with skeletons wearing sombreros and ponchos climbing over a fence. The sheriff's wife says she put it up and he has nothing to do with it. Our Natalie Williamson live in the studio.
I'll tell you, I'm more offended by this guy's lips. I don't like this guy's lips.
Oh, the news guy?
Yes. I don't like his lips.
Late reporting. And Natalie, a lot of different opinions on this one.
Yeah, that's right, Lenise and Cameron. And this all came to light when someone posted a picture of the Halloween display on social media. The story blew up after that, and within a couple of hours, Sheriff Birch's wife, Michelle, took responsibility.
Now, you know that this reporter, Natalie Williamson, you can tell if you listen closely, she's got to be a local gal. And she is working overtime to suppress that Alabama accent. You can kind of hear a little twinge there, you know? You can hear a little twang underneath, but she's trying to nail that Veronica Corningstone regionally neutral news voice.
Responsibility for it. Tonight, she's standing behind it, despite some pushback.
Despite?
Tonight, this display at the home of Mobile County Sheriff Paul Birch is causing some controversy. In the front yard of the elected leader's home is a depiction of an ice raid. 3 skeletons wearing ice shirts supposedly chasing other skeletons wearing sombreros and ponchos, climbing over a fence. The sheriff's wife, Michelle...
I mean, there are all skeletons, you know? And the wife goes, well, it was supposed to be tongue-in-cheek. And some people go, yeah, I get it. And other people, they got their undies in a twist over the whole thing. I mean, I don't think it's a great look for the it's not the end of the world, but it's not a great look for the top law enforcement guy in the county to be doing this, right?
Oh, come on. He didn't know. It was his wife.
He's got his thumb on the scale.
Michelle Birch sent out a statement.
Which we know, but, yeah, you got a megaphone for it.
In part, quote, I made this one, playing both on my Cuban background and new needed change in federal immigration enforcement. My parents were legal immigrants, and I have plenty of immigrants throughout my family. One Mobile resident who wants to
I like how that's her explanation. I have plenty of immigrants in my family. Yeah, we all do.
Yeah.
All of us do.
I'm not
And by the way,
racist.
just because your family's Cuban has nothing to do with whether or not they're pro or anti-ICE. I have a lot of immigrants in my family. Oh, do you?
remain anonymous.
Well, I have a lot of skeletons in my family, ma'am, and that's what offends me.
That's
Thank
right.
you very much. I come from a long line of skeletons.
I'm also...
Every person in my family who has ever died before me is now a skeleton.
I'm also not loving the fact that the sheriff of Mobile lives in a gated community. How good is that job?
Well, that's what I mean. If you end up keeping that job for 20 years.
God.
If I go home to Chicago, the Cook County Sheriff is a guy named Tom Dart. I don't know if he currently is, but he was the Cook County Sheriff for like 25 years. If you keep getting elected, you can have a pretty good life.
I guess so.
And the longer you're in that office, just the more influence and power you accrue.
And
So
also,
you
it
end up
seems
doing
like-
whatever the hell you want to do.
Seems like that news gal, Natalie, was it?
Natalie Williamson.
It appears that she may be doing a bit of a Joan Jett impersonation.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Do I have to go back? She camel toe?
There was a
Sheriff
lot
Birch's
of wrinkling
wife.
in that area.
The story blew up after that, and
All right, well, hold on.
Looks like there's a lot going on there. I think
within
so.
a couple of hours, Sheriff Birch's wife, Michelle, took responsibility for it.
I think these are just some maybe ill-fitting khakis.
Do you think so? Because it looks like right in the. You take a look there, right in the spot. Looks like you might have a little wrinkle going, but then
I understand.
Little.
But I don't think that it's camel toe is when your pants are way too tight. They're just, I think, maybe
Well, it's not even
cut strangely and
necessarily too tight. It's when you can see the camel's toe.
yeah, but I don't see. Well,
It does seem like on her left side, seems like there's a
Her left or
majora
mine?
issue.
All right.
We have a security breach at Los Pantalones.
Wow. Okay, I hadn't
Elected
noticed that.
officials, just like all of us, have the freedoms of speech. That's what makes our country great, is our freedoms. However, elected officials set the tone for our city. And the tone that sets is one of disrespect, it's racism, it's racial profiling.
While some aren't fans of what Michelle Birch says,
What about skeleton profiling, Rob?
I agree.
This is what I'm talking about. Oh, I see. Just because I'm a skeleton and I don't have any skin, you got to come after me. I don't appreciate that at all.
All skeletons are white.
Listen, no wonder they're wearing the ponchos, the serapes, whatever you want to call them. If you're a skeleton, you must be cold.
Oh, you would imagine.
And so, you've got no hair or skin or anything on your heads. You can wear a hat. Even the ICE agents, they're all skeletons. They're wearing short-sleeved T-shirts and ball caps.
is tongue-in-cheek Halloween decorations. Others like Tim Turner tell me, quote, I think it's great. That's his property. Him or his...
Tim Turner, is that the kid from Fairly Odd Parents? Is he all grown up?
Timmy Turner.
Yeah.
He's dropped the Timmy. He's just
Why
Tim.
should
He's
do whatever
Tim
they
Turner.
want on their property. It's unclear when this display was put up, but just last week, Sheriff Birch defended one of his deputies after they punched a suspected illegal immigrant while they were face down on the ground. Birch says Henry Castillo ran from deputies and tried to fight them and would not put one hand behind his back. Birch says the deputy didn't do anything wrong.
Listen, the deputy didn't do anything wrong, okay? He was required to curb stomp a suspected illegal immigrant, and I stand by him 110%. I got money here for you. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Last couple of keywords for today, and then we'll start it all over again tomorrow, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Cotton Ball says you got to check out the house in South Carolina that keeps getting the cops called because it looks like it's on fire. I haven't heard about that. I do want to check that out. And that's part of the fun, too, just driving around. True of any city, obviously, but just driving around Northeast Ohio around Halloween time when you'll stumble onto homes that go all out with the front yard Halloween display. It rivals Christmas. People are really into it, with obviously varying levels of realism. So I prefer something that's got some thought behind it. I prefer, you can go to a home improvement store and you can set up a skeleton that looks like it's coming out of a grave. Anybody can do that. It's the people that put up like the 25-foot skeletons, like you need the friggin' guy wires coming off of it just to secure it. I'm like, that takes some work, boy. All the way down to the people who just blow up a couple of inflatables, of the fat ghost from Nightmare Before Christmas.
There's like 4 houses in my neighborhood, well, my general neighborhood, that leave the the things set up year round. Those big, gigantic 25-foot tall ones, and they dress it up for different things. Like the first Buckeyes game, it's dressed up like that.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's dressed. No, it's not.
Oh, really? You don't care for that?
It's silly. I mean, come
on. No, it's silly, but it's their yard. I mean,
of course I can't say anything about their yard. I just think, come on. The Halloween, okay, I get it. It doesn't need to be wearing a leprechaun outfit for the St. Patty's Day and Santa clothes for Christmas.
Some people don't have much going on. This is something for them to do.
It's not necessary.
I'm telling you.
Go put up a Santa.
I think about it all the time. I've talked about it here. I don't know what the world is after I'm done here. Right? I could very well be one of those guys putting up a goddamn year-round skeleton in my front yard.
Oh, don't be that
because I got nothing going. Not because I want to. Hey.
It just happened, Rob.
I got farts.
Oh, that's right.
From Brock. Brock is in Cumberland, Maryland. He's our bureau chief there, listening on the iHeartRadio app. He was recovering. He actually wrote me an email a while ago to apologize for not submitting for a while, but he was recovering from a procedure. And so these are post-procedure farts. These are recovery gases, Rob. Now, with or without this show, Brock is primarily known for logging his flatulence, even before this program. Just something that I get, like I said, everybody needs something to do, Rob. And so he submitted 4 of them to me, which I now humbly submit to you in their entirety. All right, so that's the first one.
That's a good fart.
That one you're talking about how long? Just shy of 5 seconds. So that one is about 3.9 seconds long. Second one is much shorter.
Similar tone.
Yeah, similar tone, a little tighter. Now, the next one, he's outside. And the reason I know this is because he's next to wind chimes. So it really kind of does give it a nice, man in nature kind of vibe.
Sure.
Breaking and otherwise bucolic time of day to be outside, enjoying the majesty of creation, and he just cuts through like a hot knife through butter, Rob.
But staying with that same tone, he must have had something done when he says a procedure. It must have been to his butthole or something.
You think so?
Yeah, it's a sphincter tightening or something happened. I mean, every fart sounds the same.
Well, here's your last one. All right, little one.
They made him tighter.
Yeah. The wind chime one, I think, is going to be the one that I'm going to remember well.
What's funny how abrasive it is compared to the wind chimes. Like you're actually
That's what I'm saying. It's so nice, and you're kind of lulled into. You could see just sitting there, kind of closing your eyes, which maybe he did.
See, like that fart would have been better placed in the background of the wind chime. You know what I mean? Like hold the phone further away from the
wind
fart.
Chimes in the foreground.
Right, and then the fart just sort of joins the wind chimes.
Creeps in.
Would have been nicer, I think. I think it was that was too jarring.
I was going to say, it didn't occur to me to remix it in any way. These are as he sent them to me.
Right.
This is the raw, wet audio, Rob.
I don't think you could do anything with it. See, imagine how nice that fart would have sounded if it was background to the wind chimes.
Agreed. Yeah. All right.
You could actually probably recreate that very easily with just some wind chime sounds and just that fart and just subtle in the background. Gotta have it moist.
Yeah, in the background.
Right.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's I can appreciate him sending that to us.
It was great.
Thank you so much.
Happy he's back. I'm happy
Yep.
he's doing well and on the mend.
And submitting once more to us out there in Cumberland, Maryland. I think his job is as a custodian, right? Got to get the mix right. This isn't very windy. There's more wind coming from behind. Than
Right.
Just in the background, right?
See how much nicer that is?
It is.
You can actually see your eyes
It's less
closed.
distracting.
You're in zen moments. Someone passes gas. You're not offended. It's all right. It's just a little toot. No big deal. So relaxed. Well, that was a big one.
Oh, all right.
Okay, well, Jim, you should have held that one back, I guess.
Anyway, thank you, Brock. I do appreciate it for all of your submissions. Hey, how about that Trent Reznor boy? This guy's a little stinker. From Cleveland, Ohio. Did a hometown show with 9 Inch Nails, 31st of August. If you made it to that one at the Rocket Arena, boy. Never disappoints. With the Peel It Back Tour, still on the road into 2026. This time going to Columbus. And we'll send you down there. Schottenstein Center is when it's going to happen. You're going to sit on these for a minute. The show is Friday, February 20th. 9 Inch Nails. Boys Noise, still opening up. DJ. The tickets went on sale yesterday at noon, so you can buy them. You go to Ticketmaster.com. But my last couple appear today and tomorrow for you. So caller 10, this is yours, February 20. 9 Inch Nails down in Columbus. Good luck. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WM. 1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
When I went home with the waitress, the way I always do, how was I to know she was with the Russians too? Ha! I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Yeah. Sent lawyers, guns, and money. Get me out of this. Yeah.
The late, great Warren Zevon, of course, inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, or will be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame by David Letterman. He was a big, big Warren Zevon fan. I always found room for him there. Laura's Guns and Money, one of his biggest songs. But even if you just have the guns and the money, I bet you're going to be okay. And I'm reading about this couple in Florida who dumped their teenage son on the side of the road. These people are on the run from something. And the kid didn't want to go. Kid is 16 years old. And these people are headed out of town with the quickness. And they dropped their kid on the side of the road, Northport, Florida, on I-75. And they left him with a bag of guns and cash. And for some reason, the kid complained. They all of a sudden decided that they needed to go to Guam or Idaho. Now, I think you might want to narrow down your travel plans. Bradley Guerrero Santos and Rosanella Borja were charged with child neglect. And the guy was charged with permitting a minor to possess a firearm. Now, I don't know anything about the kid. I don't know anything about them. But if your parents and you're 16 drop you at the side of the road because you go, I don't want to go. Quickly into this trip, the kid proceeded to tell the cops everything that had happened. He said that they had been acting erratically and were dealing with some personal issues. And when he got home from walking the dog after school, they were frantically throwing clothes into duffel bags and pushing him and his 8-year-old sibling into the car. He said that the kid said all of a sudden they were in a panic and said they were leaving. They were either going to Idaho or Guam. And then quickly into the trip, I mean, again, this would be tough. I mean, 16, it's his parents. His younger sibling is there. Like, I get it. But he said very quickly into this, he told them he didn't want to go. And they said, okay, good luck. Here's some bags. And told him to take care of the house before they sped off. And so they gave him bags with guns and money. Now, you don't need a lot in life. But if you have guns and money, you're better off than you might be otherwise. The 16-year-old told the cops that his dad is very religious, shocker, called the chosen one, called that kid the chosen one, and said he would often test his mental fortitude by giving him difficult tasks. So the kid thought, maybe this is another one of these fakakta tests that this guy's always doing on me.
Oh, Dad.
You sped off, leaving me with nothing but bags of guns and money. Now, again, I don't know, didn't say how many guns, didn't say how much money. I'm envisioning, a duffel bag full of cash.
Imagine
probably
if it's
not the case. It's probably like 2 Glocks and $23. You ain't going to get far with that, right? So obviously I'm injecting my own romanticism into this, but, yeah, you're set up. You got 3 or 4 handguns in there, and here's $47.
A couple of 50% off Whopper certificates from Burger King.
Keep an eye on the house. We'll either be in Idaho or Guam.
2 completely different places.
And his cell phone had died, so the kid had no way of getting in touch with them or, the officers They must have just found the kid on the side of the highway. They took the kid back to his house, found the garage door and the front door wide open. The home was in disarray with guns all over the place. After all, this is Florida, the Ohio of the South. And he's like, none of it, the cop is like, none of it made sense. Doors are wide open. They eventually traced the dad's cell phone to a parking lot in a nearby town where the two of them and the younger sibling were found about 4.5 hours after they had kicked the teenager out.
So they weren't able to drive to Guam?
They didn't drive to they didn't drive to either Guam or Idaho.
Ah, got it.
I guess at the end of this, they say they don't know what the relationship is between the three people. Just that the 8-year-old was the teenager's younger sibling. But they're like, we don't know if these are his parents or... But that's what it sounds like. I mean, the inference is that these are his parents. But, again, they didn't specify how many guns and how much money. And that really is the most important part of this story.
Right.
Because if you're 16 and they go, here's $100,000 in cash, a couple of handguns, and you got a rifle in there. You go, all right, I'll get to the Glades. I'll set up shop. I'll be okay.
I'm a B.I.
I'm a B.I. But it's pretty wild. So it's like, but Guam is also, isn't that a U.S. protectorate? Like, don't we have a base there or something?
Yeah, but it sounds like something someone who has no intention of going there would say.
Right. It's a place you pull out of the thin air. Yeah.
I don't know. I'll either be in Idaho or Guam.
Yeah. I wonder how many of you Red Hat types, by the way, know that people in Guam are American citizens. You know how they don't think Bad Bunny is a citizen because these dummies don't realize that Puerto Ricans are American citizens? Same thing with Guam. For a long time, by the way. I knew a guy that did radio in Guam. Once he had gotten washed out of every major market here, he ended up doing radio in Guam. And I was like, where the hell is Guam? Like, I'd heard of it, but I didn't know where it was. It's in the Western Pacific.
Yeah, like it's like literally in the middle of nowhere, like way, way, way out into the ocean, right?
Middle of nowhere, like the Mariana Islands, yeah. Way out there. East of the Philippines.
And that was something that we had as a territory during, was it World War II or something where that started, right?
Yep.
Yeah. It's such a tiny, like it almost looks like a place you'd want to go to see.
Well, I mean, there is some degree of tourism there. They've got they have waterfalls and natural pools of water and things like that. But it's like, I don't know anybody other than that dude I knew in radio. Like, I don't know anybody who's ever even visited Guam. But it is, listen, there's a very good reason that the United States has strategic interest in it, right? Because of where it is. So it's, it's an unincorporated territory for the United States, but people there are U.S. citizens. So if you're born there, you're a U.S. citizen.
I mean, dude, it's so funny when you zoom in and you look at like the town, right? Or whatever, the city of whatever in Guam. And the first thing you see is Sure Stay by Best Western Guam. Like, oh my God, it's everywhere.
Yeah. Well, it's like that old Robert Klein bit, comedian Robert Klein. He's like, Guam is one of those words that sounds like when you can't think of something, you make up another word like thingamajig, you know? Because it sounds like if you had something on your face, somebody go, you got some Guam right by your eye there. If you. So, yeah, they didn't make it. These people did not make it to either Guam or Idaho. You'll either find us in the Western Pacific or in Coeur d'Alene. Those are our two choices.
Crown Plaza Resort, Guam.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm looking at this. I want to check this joint out. I bet you can go there for way less money than going to, like, Hawaii.
Tim breaking my balls for saying that Guam has natural pools of water. I mean, but they're like, I know, they're like, they're not hot springs, but they're like that. They're like naturally emerging. I don't know. I'm just saying they have a certain degree of tourism there. Because isn't there a naval base or something there?
That's what it says. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
I'm sure that's probably what the majority of what drives that country.
And again, U.S. citizens, so you could call them Americans, but what would you call them? What would you call the locals?
Guams.
Guamites?
Guamicans.
Guamians? Like if you're from the Bahamas, you're a Bahamian, right? If you're from Bermuda, you're a Bermudan. What are the citizens of Guam called? I don't mean the Chamorro. That's the indigenous people. I mean, like, would you call them...
Guamese.
Is it Guamese?
I don't know.
Oh.
Well, there's an Applebee's there, too.
Guamanian.
Guamanian?
That's what it says. That's the general term. Chamorro, those are the indigenous people there, but Guamanian.
The Guamanian devil.
There's a Chili's? Is that what you said?
Applebee's.
Oh, Applebee's.
They got them
eating good in the hood.
It literally looks just like anywhere in the United States.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's like, oh, look, there's a Walmart.
Once you let the United States take over, we're going to put in Chili's and Applebee's
McDonald's.
and Best Western. Yeah.
There's as soon as I said it, I zoomed in McDonald's right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's so funny. It literally, like, it looks like a map of any American city.
Sure. When in Rome.
I'm looking at a place called the Lot Hotel Guam.
Yeah.
Check availability. It's like $180 a night. Try and do that on the beach in Hawaii.
You're not going to do it.
No.
No.
I wonder what the flight is. This got to be crazy. Like one airline
Jesus,
flies
it's
to
like
Guam.
going to Australia. Well, and also, what kind of sucks too is when, like, when the U.S. gets in somewhere, it like drives prices up. It drives costs of things up. So people who are just kicking it on Guam, the Guamanians, they're like, okay, because we've been in there for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, Guam became a U.S. territory at the end of the before the 20th century, I think. But it was like,
a flight. It's a 26-hour flight with 2 stops. $2,700.
Oh, that's what I'm looking at. 21 and a half hours from Cleveland is $2,000 to get to Guam.
Wow.
But once you get there, Rob, there are natural pools of water.
That's natural pools.
Yes, the Guam natural pools. I bet the scuba diving is awesome.
It does look beautiful.
I mean, you're in Micronesia, right? That's the smaller of the islands. You're thinking of Macronesia.
Man, getting there is a bitch, though. Wow.
Getting anywhere is a bitch anymore.
That's true.
There's like 4, the government shut down, so there's like 4 air traffic controllers working in the entire country. Like, yeah, your flight's going to be delayed. TSA, they're not getting paid. They're still working. And you know how happy those people are to be working when they're getting paid.
Well, you know clearly now how much I suck at geography because you said it would be like flying to Australia, and I went, and then I looked, and it's just a little bit north of Australia.
It's out there. Yeah. I suck at geography too, but yeah.
I didn't realize that it was, I guess I thought it was more on the, like, Hawaiian side.
No, it's like east of the Philippines.
Right.
Yeah. Where our friend Bill Squire lived for many years. Yeah, Guam is out there, boy.
It's just north of New Guinea and the Solomon Islands.
So probably it wouldn't take you that long from Hawaii.
It looks like it would still take you a minute. I mean, it's still a hike.
Yeah,
like you would be better off.
Pacific.
You would be better off like spending like a week in China or in Asia and then flying over to that because it's so close, and then go home. Go to Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, it's because my understanding of travel is so much different. Like I travel domestically, and I've gone to the islands here. You know what I mean? Like I don't understand getting on an airplane for 24 hours.
Well, people are like, "Oh, you've got to go to Australia," and I'm like, in my head, I go, "Yes." I was talking many years ago, talking to Lewis Black about this, and I'm like, he's like, by the time you get to Australia, you don't even feel like you're alive.
Yeah.
He's like, it's just such a pain. And then you get there and he's like, it's beautiful, but it's like, 75% of that place is uninhabited. So you're just hanging out along the coast.
But isn't it still just like anywhere else? I mean, is it that great? Like, what's so great about Australia?
Well, for some people, they like that it's really, really white.
Well, that, yeah.
But until you get more in country, obviously. But Yeah, Australia's one of those places, like, if I don't ever go, I'll be fine.
Sure.
But because there are a lot of other places that don't take a day and a half to get to that I'd probably rather go.
I need to do Europe. That's my, like, when I can actually afford to travel, which I hope I can do before I die. I want to go to Portugal and Spain, and I want to see Italy, and I want to go to Ireland. I've never been
Europe's
to
awesome.
Europe, so that's something that someday I hope I can do.
Yeah. Dip your toe in some of those natural pools there, Rob.
Natural pools of Europe.
Natural pools of water. Yes.
I also want to go to Iceland very badly.
Reykjavik. You want to see the northern lights.
I do.
You want to be in one of those geometric domes.
I want to go to the land of ice and snow, the midnight sun where the hot springs flow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hammer of the god, Alan.
I understand. Rob last seen floating in the Labrador Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Iceland to be fine, yeah.
Yeah, that's someday.
But I have a feeling when you land, it's like they're just playing Bjork music in the terminals, no matter where you go, right?
Country's favorite daughter.
Yeah, uh-huh.
My old general manager at my first radio station, his wife is from Iceland. And his daughter actually lives there now.
Really?
Yeah,
in
she went to college there. Yep.
Kliegen, Flegen, Bergen. The Blue Lagoon.
It just looks so great.
Isn't that volcano there? Isn't that the Kirky?
Whatever it's called, yes.
There's a dormant volcano there, right? Or is it active? I don't know. But yeah, a lot of cool places to go. Around the world, everybody. So, yeah, the kid in Florida that got dumped off the side of the road, guns and money, and still wasn't feeling good. I like the girl. I'll move on from Florida here, but I like the girl who was accused of, she was a firefighter, and she was stalking her ex-boyfriend by dumping tampons on his lawn. The quote was, she dumped 75, quote, possibly used tampons.
Possibly?
On her ex's lawn for the new girl that he was dating. Look at this girl. She's got some stuff going on. She's not somebody who's going to let you go lightly once things go sideways. A local firefighter was accused of stalking after she dumped 75 possibly used tampons on her ex-boyfriend's lawn. The woman called the cops. The new girlfriend. She and her boyfriend woke up to find a pile of tampons on their front lawn that she said were stained red as if they were possibly used. Now, I have to think that the woman probably just colored them red because the alternative is, if she would have to, it would take her a long time to collect that many used tampons. And as the time passes, obviously, they're not going to look red anymore. They're going to look brown.
Yuck.
And so they went through the security cameras and they found her.
Or maybe she was just taking them out of like public restrooms. You know, they got that little bin.
Or quietly asking her friends,
Yeah.
hey, listen.
I still have a lot of friends to do that. That's 12 total per year.
There's a reason that she had to pull this prank on the last week of the month.
Right.
So, yeah.
And yeah, there's definitely some crazy in those eyes.
The police said that it was likely that the woman was, quote, demonstrating that she was unhappy that her ex-boyfriend was dating a new person.
Oh, do you think that's what it is? Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Hey,
what gave it away?
Hey, honey, your ex-girlfriend is out in the lawn dumping tampons.
Yeah.
I see why the two of you just couldn't make things work. She previously had limited herself to making social media posts, talking shrimp about the two of them. But then what she told the cops was, it wasn't her idea. She was blaming her mother and her aunt who came in from out of town and devised this devious plan. Imagine your mom and aunt come in from out of town and go, you know what you should do is you should dump used tampons on his lawn.
We just drove in and we stopped at every rest stop on the way and collected their used tampons.
Mm-hmm.
We think, now what are we supposed to do with 300 used tampons, honey? You have to do it now.
She would ultimately confess to painting them, but in the process threw her mother and aunt under the bus. But the woman's a local firefighter, not like she's some scrub, you know? She's probably working close to this dude. I don't know if he's local law enforcement or what. But hey, want to go see comedian Adam Ray? He is on the road and coming to do a theater tour in the spring here in Cleveland. Oop, wait, very quickly.
This is why Florida's awesome.
Yes! Oh, it's awesome. Hey, Adam Ray, he's on the road, and he's going to do the world-famous Agora for you in March 28th. It's a Saturday night. AXS.com's got the details. 2 for Adam Ray here at the Agora next spring. Good luck. 216-578-1007 for caller 10 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio. yourself breathless with constant laughter. Congratulations. Now, could you tell us what show you're listening to? It sounds fun. This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
People say I'm crazy, doing what I'm doing. Well, they give me all kinds of warnings to save me from ruin.
John Lennon would have been 85 today. It's pretty wild.
When I say
My mom's a huge Beatles fan, so growing up, she would play a lot of Beatles stuff, although she bailed on them before they got really, really weird. So, like, she liked early Beatles, but then she played this album a lot. It was called Double Fantasy. It was him and Yoko. It was the last one before he died. And literally, like, it dropped in November of 80, and 3 weeks later, he was killed. December the 8th. I always know the date that John Lennon was killed because it's my son's birthday. So literally, like 3 weeks to the day later, after Double Fantasy dropped, he was dead. I guess I never realized that Yoko was older.
I think by a lot.
Well, he would have
10
been
years,
he
right?
would have been 85 today. She's 92.
Oh, okay.
I never realized. I thought he grabbed a younger woman. Because remember May Pang? Remember a woman named May Pang?
Yes.
I mean, Lennon liked Asian girls. May Pang was his assistant. And when he and Yoko separated, he and May Pang were banging it out for like a year and a half, right? And then her, I don't know what she did after that. She wrote a book. Like her, and it was the greatest thing to ever happen to her. Her entire life after that was, I slept with John Lennon,
I mean, I would have done the same thing.
I guess, but how long can
Even as a dude.
How long can you eat dinner on that? I mean, she rode that as long as she possibly. I don't even know if May Pang's still alive, but she was like a decade younger than him. So I guess I just thought that Yoko was younger, but she's. So yeah, he would have been 85 today. That summer before, that's when he famously sailed from Rhode Island to Bermuda. You want to talk about making a long trip? Remember that? He and like a buddy of his, he sailed from Newport to Bermuda, and it was not without its problems. I heard in the break a lot of people who have either spent time or been stationed out on Guam. Why aren't they called Guamericans, by the way?
Seems like an easy thing.
Yeah, it's right there. Alan, I lived there for 3 years. It was amazing. It's a 5-hour flight to Australia. All right. Well, there you go. And, of course, you'll recall when John Lennon was alive how Yoko would sing Happy Birthday to him each and every year. Mm-hmm. It's not exactly Marilyn Monroe and JFK, but okay. Monroe! I posted, or somebody tagged us in another Monroe thing, and I reposted it, and people were like, please don't do this to me. I already do this, like, in my real life, and now I'm going to be walking around doing it.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah, somebody...
If we have to do it.
Yeah, right.
You have to do it.
Left me a message to that effect.
Hey, Alan. Rob. I just thought you would like to know that your show has now invaded every portion of my life. I do all these different delivery apps for a living, and one of them, when I get to my destination, it says, "Are you here?" And there's a button to push that says, "Yes, I am." And I can't press it without thinking of David Lee Roth now. Because of you. Hate you. Love you. Bye.
Yes, I am! It does happen to me a lot, too. I notice... if I see Monroe, I say it to myself. A lot of show references.
Same.
All the time. Just
Monroe.
Banging in my head. Monroe. Yes, I am! I love when you posted the origin story, too. Like, you showed it. It's his disdain for the guy is what makes it so great.
Oh, on Too Close for Comfort.
Yeah, because he's all hello to everybody. Hey, how are you? Hi. Hey,
well, I finally,
Monroe.
I bought that whole series on DVD only to find out it's on Peacock. And so I was watching it on Peacock. And I'm like, I'm going to watch this in order because they introduce Monroe pretty quickly into the show. But he also ingratiates himself. The weirdest thing to me is how quickly he ingratiates himself with the family, because he just shows up at one of the sisters. The sisters live below their dad in this townhouse, and they're always getting into some kind of shenanigans. And Monroe shows up waiting in the hallway for one of the girls, or they went on a date and it didn't go well. Then he's got a fiance, whatever. But by like episode 3, he's there all the time. And nobody is like, Ted Knight and his wife aren't like, who's this dude? They're just like, oh, Monroe's back. Monroe. Hello, girls. Monroe
Ficus.
Monroe Ficus, F-I-C-U-S, yeah. Jim J. Bullock was the actor. And he would be on like Hollywood Squares, and, he was one of these guys who they would always describe as being, God, how did they describe him? Oh, he doesn't really talk about his sexuality. I don't think he needs to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't date much.
I don't like to talk about it. I'm a confirmed bachelor. But I love Jim Bullock. And I think he's still alive.
Is he?
I think that he is. For a long time, he didn't spell his name with an I. It was just J.M. Jim J. Bullock.
He's alive, yeah.
He's 70 years old.
His partner, John Casey, died in 1996.
That was a long time ago. Wow. Yeah, Too Close for Comfort. And he did a cartoon called Queer Duck. Yeah, most of his stuff has been like LGBTQ programming, but yeah. The Pride of Casper, Wyoming. Jim J. Bullock. Good for him.
I didn't realize he was HIV positive.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Head of hair, boy. He was kind of like the sitcom George Michael.
Oh, Jesus. His partner died of AIDS.
Yes.
Cripes.
Yep. Yeah, so, yeah, he's still around.
Ooh. February 17th, 1999, Bullock was arrested outside of a bar in West Hollywood, California for possession of crystal meth.
There you go. He's living that life. You're a big deal on a sitcom that runs for a while, right? Ran 5-6 seasons. And then you're kind of cast off into the wilderness, and you're so typecast because you're very flamboyant. And then he'd show up on Hollywood Squares, always entertaining. But I really didn't have to go too far into the run of that show. I was thinking he showed up second season. I was like, nope, they threw him in second or third episode.
Threw who in?
Monroe. But Ted Knight, who described himself in one of the episodes as 51. Muriel, I'm 51. I'm like, he probably was. But everybody else on that show is still alive. Nancy Dussault is still alive. She played the wife. The daughters are still alive.
Ted Knight's been dead a long time, right?
Ted Knight died because he had like colon cancer or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he died from something that he was 62, so he wasn't an old man.
86 he died.
Bladder cancer, yeah.
Wow.
Colon cancer that spread to his bladder, yeah. That sucks.
I don't think I realized he died that long ago.
He's buried near, my best friend lives in Glendale, California, which is outside L.A., and I've been to Ted Knight's grave. He's there at Forest Lawn.
Wow.
It has his real name, Theodore Konopka. But, yeah, he's from Connecticut, and they have a bridge dedicated to him in his hometown in Connecticut. Now, it would have been more fun had it been on Monroe Street, but it's not. Alan, if you're going to mention John Lennon's birthday, don't forget it's also John Entwistle's birthday.
Oh.
From The Who.
The bassist.
He was a few years younger than John Lennon. But okay, there you go. Here's $1,000 for you. It's a shot to grab some money from the Buzzard Bookie. It's your second to last chance to win today. So make it count. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Speaking of birthdays, Rob, in about 4 weeks, it'll be Sean Diddy Dirty Money Puffy Diddy Combs' birthday. He'll be 56 years old. Of course, the joke being made, and I mean, everybody's making the same joke, that Diddy's legal team suggested that he be incarcerated at Fort Dix. They've requested that he serve his prison sentence in New Jersey at Fort Dix. Of course, Diddy got 4 years and 2 months behind bars. Now, they're considering time served, but you're still looking at like 3 years. Now, he'll probably be out in 15 months. He ain't going to do no 3 years. And it's low security. You know, obviously he's famous. They don't want to put him in with hardcore criminals. It's where Aaron Hernandez, let's hope it turns out better for Diddy. Aaron Hernandez was at Fort Dix. Robert Downey Jr. was there for a hot minute. And one of the husbands of the housewives that was like tax evading or something like that, one of those guys is there too. And I have to imagine that all of the Diddy supporters are going to see to it that his commissary is always taken care of. That they are, he can get whatever he wants on the dime of his fans. But his legal team, we want him, we're requesting he be incarcerated there in New Jersey. Of course, Trump says Diddy has already asked for a pardon. I don't know if that's true or not. I assume Trump's immediate response was, how much you got on you? President, of course, has a soft spot for sexual assault. So I have to think that if Diddy can pony up, he'll probably be out with the quickness. It's the guy who says he's going to take a look at Ghislaine Maxwell's case. Okay. You wouldn't think there'd be any follow-up with a convicted child sex trafficker, but here we are. So Diddy will have a birthday in a few weeks. I was reading about how you're more likely to die around your birthday for very obvious, mundane, boring reasons. It's called the birthday effect. Because of all the things people do, this is where it comes in handy, Rob, for you and I to be two dudes who couldn't give a fat frog's ass about our birthday. Now, we might still do some of the same things, though, but they're like the way that a lot of people treat their birthday, it's a big old party, and they're doing all kinds of stuff that maybe they wouldn't normally do, and some of those things can kill you. So you're more likely to die around your birthday because of people drinking too much and drunk driving and making their health worse, or, you know, psychosomatic stuff. They're like, what they find is a lot of terminally ill people will try to hold on until their birthday.
Really?
I mean, that to me doesn't sound like something that you can attribute to, like, a lot of people die around their birthday. Like, if you're specifically hanging on. There's also something called the broken promise effect, where they find among people who are suicidal that they might wait for their birthday to do something. So the birthday effect is a thing where a lot of, statistically, a lot of people tend to die near their birthday. I assume by that they mean after rather than before. You know, if your birthday is important to you, but you're going to do something to yourself, you'd wait until after your birthday, not before. I'm going to jump off a bridge 48 hours before my birthday. But there's a great Instagram account I follow called The Depths of Wikipedia. Do you follow that?
No.
Where somebody kind of just compiles the weird pages that Wikipedia has devoted to it. Just different things, like the Ben Franklin effect. There's all kinds of effects. You can go on Wikipedia and find all kinds of effects. The Ben Franklin effect is a psychological phenomenon in which a person likes someone more after doing them a favor. Now, do they mean that you like a person more after you do them a favor, or you like them more after they do a favor for you? It sounds like the former. Like you like a person more after you've done them a favor. But if you follow it's just called Depths of Wikipedia. It's a good nerdy follow, I think. The mighty girl effect is the finding that fathers whose oldest child is a girl tend to display less sexism than those whose oldest child is a boy. The mighty girl effect.
That makes sense. I can see that, I guess.
Well, you're closer to it, right? I mean,
yeah, 2 daughters.
But also, I wonder why oldest. I mean, my older daughter is my second child, and it wouldn't matter to me if she was the oldest. I would still act the same way.
But I think
I have 2 daughters too.
I think there's such a thing with when people are having kids. Like when I first found out Melissa was pregnant, like my first thing was, oh, I gotta have a boy. Gotta have a boy.
Oh, really?
First thing I thought.
Yeah, I didn't care.
Well, I wish I could say that I didn't, but I did. And then we had Caitlin, and then when I found out Melissa was pregnant again, I wanted to have another girl.
Yeah.
That's what I knew. It's what I was used to. I loved that being girl dad. I loved that whole thing.
The only time I ever gave it thought was when we were having our younger daughter, because we didn't know what we were going to have until she was born.
Oh, wow.
So I was like, okay, I already have a son and a daughter, so one of my other kids is not going to be the only one anymore. And so I was like, which one of them probably wouldn't care about that? And for some reason, I was thinking that my son might care about it. Like, he would probably still want to be the only boy. And I thought that my daughter probably wouldn't care. She'd probably really like a sister. As it turns out, that's what she got.
See, I would have thought the other way, because then it would just be less pressure on him to carry on a name.
Well, here's the thing, though, and that's why I didn't care in general at all, because both of my brothers have boys.
Oh, okay.
My one brother has 2 sons. My other brother has 2 sons. So the name isn't going anywhere.
Right. Yeah, with us, it was my brother and I both had 2 girls.
Yeah. The CSI effect is another thing off the depths of Wikipedia, Instagram. The CSI effect is a shift in juror attitudes due to the exaggerated portrayal of forensic science on crime TV shows.
Wow.
Juror. I mean, you can see where, listen, pop culture can affect the way people perceive things. Jurors might expect an unreasonably large amount of forensic evidence or an unreasonably high level of sophistication of forensic evidence. Because the TV shows, they have giant screens and they get all their data, within 2 hours.
Yeah.
People who work in law enforcement and forensics are like, Jesus, I'm waiting for these fingerprints for, this blood work for 2 weeks.
So our accident is not an accident at all.
Mm-hmm. And because jurors might expect more sophistication, it raises the standard of proof for prosecutors. So now these people are like, oh, Jesus, these people have been watching too much CSI. Or for us Gen Xers, too much Quincy back in the day, right?
Or maybe he got taken for a ride.
Yeah!
They would want you to watch more Quincy because it took 8 years to figure things out back then.
Mm-hmm.
You solved this case in 3 months? You're a genius.
I know. I watch things like Forensic Files, and I'm like, how did anybody ever get caught for murder before like 1992?
Right.
You had to be a cop in the room with a guy killing another guy. Before DNA, and then it was obviously when DNA, it was a huge backlog of all these, they were discovering murderers from the 70s left and right. But before that, how did anybody ever get caught?
It is funny to watch the old episodes of that show, and you hear things like the announcer, I forget his name again. You mentioned him not long ago.
Peter Thomas.
Yeah.
The OG guy.
And he'll be like, and then they submitted something new called DNA.
Yeah.
And they figured out the samples were a match.
They were able to trace his cellular phone.
You're like, oh, that's right. All of that stuff didn't exist before.
Most of those Forensic Files episodes are from the cases are from like the late 80s, early 90s. So it was a big shift in that show when they got into DNA.
Next to me, he started talking about how he made this film, what it meant to him, the background. And before I knew it, I was taking everything that he was giving it and putting it in my brain, and it came out of my voice.
He would say, David.
It's so fascinating to me, and I know that this is how, people tell me that it is for them when they meet us, right? When our voices are coming out of our faces. But we're not immune to that. When I see a guy like Peter Thomas, who also narrated, a lot of people knew him from Nova on PBS, people who watched Nova. And I didn't watch enough of that as a kid to recognize his voice. I know him immediately from Forensic Files. The DNA samples.
3 new letters. DNA.
Yeah. His cellular phone.
They were able to triangulate his coordinates using his cell phone.
His
cellular phone.
Cellular phone.
But he forgot about one thing. His car phone was passing data.
They were able to ping the towers nearby. His big plugged-in bag phone. My mom had one of those.
Mine did too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't forget
$8,000 a minute.
Don't forget to bring the phone. Okay. Let me take a break here. Want to send a text 35192. You can watch the show if you want on our YouTube channel and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7. or 1-800-348-1007.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Overweight freaks ride around on wheelchairs, motorized by electric motors made by goblins in a factory overseas. They're there to buy drywall and other products so they can eat back at home on the sofa. They watch TV about a man named Chandler Bing who died in a freak hot tubbing accident and spent his time drinking hot dog flavored water on a popular TV show called Tub Girls. I don't want to pay for anything, clothes and food and drugs for free. If it was 1970, I'd have a job in a factory. I am a man that's made of me.
Hey, the Cavs are playing tonight. Got beat by 1 point here at home the other night. Preseason action against the Bulls. So they're hoping to give them what for in Chicago tonight at the United Center. Cavs, Bulls tonight. All the Bulls. That is an 8 o'clock tip. So that's 7 p.m. Central Time there, local time in Chicago. Cavs, Bulls tonight on MMS. And, of course, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app. 4 preseason games total, but a gap between the last one and the beginning of the regular season. So Sunday and Tuesday they'll play the Celtics and the Pistons, respectively, but the season opener is the 22nd, and the home opener not until the 26th. It'll be the Bucks in town to play the Cavaliers, and the excitement will ensue, I think. Is the general consensus that these guys are poised for a pretty good season?
It
Injuries
sure seems
aside,
that
maybe?
way.
Yeah. All right, good.
Yeah, injury. Can't do anything about injuries, right?
Nope. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it. Because we've got bureau chiefs all throughout this great land. Brian listens in Yuma, Arizona. Zach is in Memphis. Nick is one of our Canadian bureau chiefs that listens in North Bay, Ontario. Lisa is in Brownsville, Texas. We have a lot of people in Texas, specifically the Metroplex. That is your Dallas-Fort Worth area. Aaron and Scott are in Dallas. Alex is down there. John's down there. I don't know if it was one of them, but somebody from Texas sent me the story about the woman who got shot and killed because she got into an argument with someone else about not saying thank you after the door was held for her. You want to talk about an unforced error. Some people just cannot keep it to themselves. The woman who was killed was annoyed that a younger girl didn't thank her for holding the door open. First of all, if you adhere to kind of what is now considered kind of an old-timey convention to hold the door for someone, you shouldn't be doing it because you're going to get mad if they don't say thanks. Do you hold the door for women, Rob?
I hold the door for everybody.
You do?
I do.
Yeah, no, I shouldn't say for women, but I mean, do you like, that's just how I grew up. Like, my dad would open my mom's car door. Like, that's how I grew up kind of doing those things.
Chivalry's a thing, man.
But it's still, some people consider it kind of old-timey and unnecessary, and some women have gone so far as to consider something like that insulting, I guess. Though they might be few and far between. But I remember dating somebody many, many years ago. I did that just reflexively because that's what I do. She did not like that, boy. I can get my own door. Now, granted, you only need to be told that once. And I was like, okay, duly noted. This is a shooting outside a PetSmart in Dallas. There are so many boxes to be checked here that would be counterintuitive to somebody getting shot and killed, right? You're surrounded by pets. Someone has done something nice for you. They've held the door for you, and somebody's still dead. 41-year-old woman got mad when a 22-year-old girl didn't acknowledge her for holding the door open at the Five Below in the same strip mall. These strip malls are the same everywhere. There's a pet store, a Petco, there's a Gap, there's an Old Navy, there's a Five Below. There's a Michael's craft store, and that's what this was. So the older woman holds the door open for the younger woman at the Five Below. They were leaving at the same time. Starts yelling at the girl, gets into a heated argument. The older woman is there with her 20-year-old daughter. They get in their car, and they drive to the PetSmart. And the younger girl follows the two of them to the PetSmart and continues the argument. And they all go into the PetSmart. So then the employees are like, could you guys get the hell out of here, please? You're riling up the spiders. Then one woman threw the younger girl threw a bottle at the older woman's car. This is all because the older lady held the door open for the girl, and the girl didn't say thanks. The girl didn't acknowledge her. That set the older woman off. So the younger girl just had a gun, pulls out a gun, shot the woman multiple times. She was pronounced dead at the hospital. And she told cops, she goes, I'm just trying to get this lady away from me. And shot her there in the parking lot. There was a nurse on site who performed CPR. But
you shot 4 times. That's
yeah.
Unless you had really bad aim.
Yeah.
Chances are.
So the mom and the daughter tried to get into the car to de-escalate, I guess, but the younger woman wasn't having it. You just never. If you hold the door 9 times out of 10, you hold the door for somebody, they might not say anything. That's okay.
And then I'll just in my head go, what an a-hole.
Really?
Always.
Really?
Every single time.
Because my thing is, I still did something nice.
Yeah.
If they don't acknowledge it, that's not on me. That's on them. I don't care.
Well, it is. Of course.
I'm doing something nice. If it doesn't matter to you, I still did something like it's fine.
Yeah, but you
somebody holds the door for me, I'm going to say, thank you so much. Obviously, I'm going to be, I'm polite. Not everybody's polite.
But you still kind of, no matter what, you will silently judge someone if you do something polite and they don't acknowledge it.
Really?
You let somebody go in traffic and they don't wave. I don't like that.
I don't think about that.
Oh, I don't like that.
Really?
Yeah, because I think, again, what does it take?
Yeah, but a lot of times you can't see somebody wave. Like, you're going to see them wave?
Yeah.
Depending on how the cars are positioned, I'm like, I'm letting you in. Go ahead. It's fine.
Nope.
We're all trying to get somewhere. I don't need.
I'm talking like a 4-way stop, something like that. You let somebody go, they go. You're pulling into a parking space. You wait. You let somebody go. Go ahead. Hey, give a little. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wow.
Good guy.
Now listen. I think that's the move to wave. Hey, thanks. But if they don't, I'm like, I don't know what's going on with them.
It doesn't make
maybe they just got a call that their mom's in the hospital and they're focused on other things and they're peeling out. And I'm like, I don't know.
It doesn't make me mad. I just I notice it and I'll acknowledge it. Like, oh, what a jerk. What a douche. Must be having a bad day or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Wow. So yeah, PetSmart walks outside. This girl, maybe this girl just could not get over. And maybe she thought this older lady was disrespecting her and she was not going to let that person go unshot. So now she'd be in charge of murder. All because she didn't say thank you when the other woman held the door for her. It's got to be tough. Although, you know what we can do, Rob? There's a game here that people love when we play it. It's called Would You Rather Be Stabbed in Europe or Shot in the United States? You talk about wanting to go to Europe.
Yeah.
Do you want to play?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's time to play Would You Rather Be Stabbed in Europe or Shot in the U.S.? The game show where you decide if you'd rather be stabbed in Europe or shot in the U.S. Now, here's your host, Alan Cox.
Thank you, Bob Coates. All right. You joined us before. The rules are very simple. Woman is shot and killed at a Dallas PetSmart right there in the parking lot. Lax gun laws, access to firearms, all problems in this country. Not some in other countries. They want to do somebody there, they got to resort to the blade. So is it better to be stabbed in Europe or to be shot in the United States?
And being stabbed in the United States or shot in Europe is not an option.
That is not an option. I'm
All
sorry.
right. I'm going to go with being stabbed in Europe.
Is that your final answer?
That is my final answer.
I'm sorry. The answer is it's better to be shot in the United States. For all of us here, is it better to be stabbed in Europe or shot in the United States? Thank you for joining us. Our contestant today, Rob Anthony, gets a year's supply of turtle wax and rice-a-roni, the San Francisco treat. We'll see you next time. So long.
This has been Would You Rather Be Stabbed in Europe or Shot in the U.S.?
Oh, what a fun game. Golly, you're like 0 for 5 with that game.
I am.
Yeah.
I figured one of these days out. I mean, I got a 50-50 chance. I figured maybe someday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is it PetSmart or PetSmart? Well, I think that's the double entendre, right? Rich in Westlake wants to know. It's a PetSmart, I believe. But they
It is.
want it to look like PetSmart.
If you look at the logo, it tells you.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. Because the bouncing ball is the apostrophe of pets. Right?
Mm-hmm.
PetSmart.
Mm-hmm.
And then they changed the font to make you go, oh, is it smart?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
But if you look at it, pet, boink, bouncy ball.
See, that's why I'm a Pet Supplies Plus guy. I don't have to worry about these kinds of things, and it's the closest one to me.
Yeah, we have one right near me, too. That's where I go. Do a nice job.
Oh, good for you.
Do a nice job with the grooming, too. I bring the pup there every once in a while.
Oh, the grooming over there.
Yep.
Okay. What's the place I go to? I don't take it to. I go to the Spotted Dog out in Avon. That's hashtag not an ad, but that's where I take my dog, and they do fine work.
Yeah, the Pet Supplies Plus is like if you need to bring him in for a quick wash in between groomings, that's where I take him.
Well, because normally I bathe my dog.
Do you?
But I'm not going to groom my dog. I'm not going to shave her down and cut her nails. I'm going to take her to a place, but I'll bathe the dog, Yep.
Oh, I don't do that either.
She climbs right in the tub and stands there all sheepish, and I'll shampoo her down and, give her a good scrubbing.
We get those little ones. You got to put them in the sink. I ain't doing that.
No.
No.
I'm not doing that. That's where my wiener goes.
Pardon?
Alan, what is the maximum distance of the person behind you before you have to let go of the door, and are they elderly? Well, this is a really good question. See, I am much more likely to slam the door if they're elderly, right? They've had a good, long life.
Mm-hmm.
The maximum. This happens here at work.
All the time.
We have a big, long hallway if we want to go to the loo. It's not around the corner. And so our door is at one end of the hallway, and at the very other end is the corner you turn to go to the men's or the ladies' room. And so we'll have people halfway down the hall who we work with, and then you have to make that quick decision. Do I hold the door for them, at which point they have to start doing that valet jog? And I'm like, you don't have to hurry up. It's okay. Or do you slam the door? You don't slam the door, but do you let it shut? They've got a key card. They don't care.
It's a very simple answer to that question.
You've got a simple answer for it. Because to me, it's attendant to what this person said. They're like, hey, if how far back do you wait? Are they elderly? Now, we don't work with any elderly people here that I know of.
Oh, we got one guy.
We have one elderly guy here, and that's the one that... Okay, so you're saying that there's a very simple answer.
Yep.
Okay.
And the answer is, does that person know that you saw them coming? You make that corner to swipe into the door. If you don't look up, you don't make eye contact.
I see.
You go in, you pretend you never saw the person. But if you look and you make eye contact, you have to wait.
Even if they're at the very end of the hall?
Well, maybe not very end, but if they're you said halfway, if they're at that halfway point, I always wait.
Yeah, but here's what I'm saying. The not looking is a conscious decision.
Yes.
When I'm at the door, I will kind of reflexively look down the hall to see if somebody's coming.
I never do
You're
that.
saying that's the mistake?
That's the mistake.
Okay.
Because if you look up, someone's there, now you got to wait. But if you don't, you're
Yeah,
golden.
but I have.
Jeez, I didn't even see you there, Jim.
I
I'm
have
sorry.
been the person at the end of the hall and told them, "Don't worry about it. Go right ahead. You got stuff to do. You have
but
to
most
wait
people
for
don't
me."
do that. I do that too. I don't worry about it. I'm gonna stop at the vending machine. I don't know, make something up.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a lap.
Yeah, I'll be right back. But like that, yeah. And then again, people will start with the jog, and I'll be like, "Oh no, I got time."
Yeah, you don't have
and
to.
meanwhile, I'm like, "Just hurry up, come on, let's go. Jogging's good. Keep going." But I'm trying to be nice. You know? I have plenty of time. I got nothing else to do. Hurry up.
This person says, "Share kindness, be giving of thanks. Alan's okay with everyone being an a-hole."
No, it didn't. I didn't take that from what you said.
No, it's not like I'm
You were
okay
saying
with
be
it.
nice.
I'm just saying, like, you're not going to change. If somebody's an a-hole, you're not going to change them. You're just not. You know, everybody wants to teach somebody a lesson. Those lessons should have been taught a long time ago, man.
Correct.
A long time ago. Nothing you're going to do, it's going to change somebody who's an a-hole.
You mentioned the bathroom.
And so I don't get all twisted about it. What about the bathroom?
Well, you mentioned the stuff at the beginning of the show. You talked about how the plumbers were here and all that stuff. And because I have the memory of a goldfish, I forgot that had happened. So I went in to use the bathroom, and 2 of the stall doors were closed. I blew a humongous fart.
Mm-hmm.
And there were 2 people in the stalls because now they are all working.
Functional.
Right. So I blew a fart for an audience, and I felt really bad about it because I try to not do that stuff.
So you, just because those stalls are generally inoperative, you didn't even think
Didn't
to
even
look
think
up,
about it.
check the feet.
Nope.
Yeah.
I just walked in, I was peeing, and was like, oh, here we go. Let a good one go. And I heard a guy.
Somebody laugh?
He went, it was a huge fart.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, I forgot all about it. And it was 2 people in there. So 2 people heard me fart, and I kind of recognized the sneakers. I think it was one of the people here.
Ligor?
No, the another one of the sellers.
Oh.
I was like, gotta have it moist. Gotta have it moist. Gotta have it moist. I was so embarrassed.
Why?
Because
they didn't know it was
tried-
you. Unless they're listening right now.
But I try to not do that stuff. I mean,
I understand.
but
I'm just
you
saying,
know
like, they didn't know it was you.
But even if you're sitting down, you know sometimes who's in there. I might have cleared my throat.
I never.
I mean,
know.
I sound like myself. You know what I
Okay,
mean? Like
but if you make a verbal noise, if you go, they'll know it's you. If you just fart, they don't know it's you.
Yeah, I'm saying I might have. I don't know. I may have cleared my throat.
You said, "This isn't Rob, by the way."
Yeah,
Hey, it's not Rob.
This is Alan.
Yep. Well, you gotta throw me under the bus.
I don't know. Anything that's not me.
Hey, this isn't. I'm not Rob. It's not me. I didn't do it. All right, that one I did.
Yeah. All right, that one was me.
All right, that one is me.
Yeah, that one in the middle of those 2,
Yep.
that was mine.
Not me.
Gotta have it moist.
Alan, holding doors for people. I'm a grown-ass man, but I get kind of grumpy when somebody is walking out right in front of me and doesn't even notice somebody behind them.
Right.
Open it just enough to get out, and it's bumping me in the shoes. Yeah, I get it. I understand being mildly annoyed, but I'm just like, if people are impolite, or if there are so many people walking around that have no situational awareness. They're not paying attention to what's going on. If something does happen that they didn't want to happen, they're like, what? How did that? There's so many people walking around. They got nowhere to be, all day to get there, that kind of thing. I can't hold those. I just can't. It's too much to contend with to get pissed off every time somebody, because most people are walking around like they got a head of lettuce on their neck. So I'm just like, okay, cool, man. I'm fine. My arms work. I will stop that door from hitting me in the face. I will open it for myself. I will look behind me to see if anybody's behind me, and then I'll go about my day.
I was just raised in such a way that little gestures matter a lot.
Agree to. I think it's in the details, man. I think all that stuff's really important.
It is.
Other people don't, and that's fine. And we're all coexisting.
Right. But that's why, like...
My bigger complaint is about the situational awareness. People who aren't paying attention at all to anything around them. It goes beyond holding doors and things, right? It's like, you can't believe these people make it to the end of every day and not get killed.
Right.
You're like, Jesus, how do you operate in the world?
Here's one. Let's say you're in a market. You're in a grocery store. All right? You've got a cart full of stuff. You're doing your weekly shopping. And behind you, up comes I don't know, let's say a 65-year-old couple. And they have 2 items.
Mm-hmm.
What do?
I say, go ahead.
Of course you do. The amount of time that I see people in stores not do that for someone, it drives me crazy. Because, again, we've established I notice things because I walk around angry all the time. But when I see things like that, how do you
when
not
you're a
do
hammer,
that?
everything looks like a nail.
That's right. But how do you not acknowledge that? Like, if you turn around and you make eye contact with someone. Now, if all your stuff's already on the
Conveyor
whatever,
belt.
Okay, then fine. That's different. But if you're like the second person in line and you see that, how don't you look at that person and go, you got a frozen pizza? Go ahead.
I've had people look at me when I'm standing there with a gallon of milk and something else, and they go ahead. I go, no, I'm in no rush.
Yeah, same.
Go ahead.
Same, but
I'm in line and totally fine.
The gesture is still there.
Yeah.
They offered.
Right.
I just think people need to get back to a little bit more of that. A little bit more kindness in that way goes a long way.
Alan, if somebody's 20 feet behind you and you just get into the elevator, do you hold the door open or hit the door close button? First of all, I don't think the door close button does anything. I think it's like the button for the crosswalk. I don't think it does anything. I think those things are on timers and whatever. I will hold the elevator, yes.
How long?
Well, this person just said if somebody's like about 20 feet behind you. That's not very far.
20 feet isn't far. No,
it's not far.
I would wait.
If
But
somebody's
if it was
in
more,
the opposite end of usually there's an elevator bank. I'm like, they can get another one.
Yeah.
But if they're not far behind me, yes, of course, I'll hold it open.
And if it's a little bit further than that, I'm hitting the button quick. Come on.
See, somebody else texted me and goes, when I see somebody holding the door for me, I purposely walk slower.
See, why?
I hate when people hold a door for me when I'm clearly able to open a door on my own. Yeah, but it's not an indictment of
gesture.
you. Yeah, they're not trying to. How do they know anything about you? I can open the door on my own. Okay.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
You have arms and hands. Good for you.
Oh, boy. I got a break. Hey, want to go see Queensryche? These guys used to do Operation Mindcrime in its entirety. I think those days might be gone. I think a guy named Todd Latore, I think he's the guy that's been fronting Queensryche for a while Jeff Tate is out there doing his own thing. Anyway, Queensryche and Accept, another band with a different frontman. They're on the Volume and Vengeance tour. It's November 15th, a little over a month away, out at MGM Northfield Park. That's a Saturday night. Ticketmaster.com with the info. This pair for you, be caller 10, 2 for Queensryche and Accept next month. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.
Heavyweight and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Press the yellow button to begin enjoying your Alan.
What is an Alan? The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, yeah. Hey, congrats, by the way, to Kevin Bowersock out in Jeromesville. That's out there, boy. Like a few hundred people in Jeromesville, I think. Got those Queensryche tickets. I will have more for you tomorrow. And we're playing Queensryche tonight. Saturday night. One of the throwbacks I'm going to throw in for you on our metal show. 2 hours to midnight. Old Queensryche, right? Before they got into the Aquanet. 2 hours to midnight is our metal show Saturday nights. It is rarer that we'll get preempted by Cavs basketball than we did for Guardians baseball. But it does happen, but we'll be there this Saturday night, 10 to midnight, me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. 2 hours of nothing but metal. So if you like that, send a request. We always take those. Play a lot of local metal. Play a lot of throwbacks, some brand new stuff. Got these girls from Austin who are called D Spitz, and I cannot get enough. Going to play them. Going to play Napalm Death. Going to play Kubla Khan TX, who blew my wig off at Incarceration. I think they had the misfortune of being in town last the same night as Sleep Token. Now, those are two very different fan bases, but, you know, that was a sold-out arena show that Sleep Token was doing. Anyway, Saturday night, 2 hours to midnight, starts, as the name implies, at 10 p.m. Here on MMS. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where. If you're from out of state. Eric is in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Kevin listens in Miami, Florida. Caitlin is one of our many bureau chiefs in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Wade is in Weirton, West Virginia. That's good if you're a fan of alliteration. And J-Zap listens down in Laredo, Texas. You can drop us messages there, too.
What's up, guys? Sorry if it's a little loud. I'm in the car. I'm listening to the podcast from yesterday. And, Alan, you keep playing that Steely Dan, Kevin Gates mashup, and I cannot get enough of it. I love it so much. It's so goddamn catchy. All right. Hate the show. Love you guys. Bye.
That is catchy. Bye. Saturday night, Rob. Can't wait. Kevin Gates, without the Steely Dan accompaniment.
I was going to say, he's probably not going to play this version.
He's not going to play the mashup that one dude did. But it is catchy. It's catchy as balls. Even the original one is good.
I got two phones, one for the plug and one for the load. I got two.
Oh, so good. What, are you kidding me? This song's like 10 years old now. Anyway, Kevin Gates is at Jacobs Pavilion on Saturday night, and I can't wait.
Is he going to do that song about drilling his cousin?
He did have relations with his cousin before either of them knew. His grandma had to tell him.
And he didn't
hey, that's
stop.
your cousin. Didn't stop. He's like, look, I just met you. Buck naked. Why are we going to stop now, right? If you found out that someone was your third cousin, I think that's what he said.
I think that's what it was.
If you found out someone was your third cousin, right? People run into this, I shouldn't say a lot, but, you know, with DNA testing and all that. Especially adopted people, you know, they might not know who their parents were. They have an extra layer of concern there.
Yeah.
That's somebody that they might meet depending on their situation. You know, are you in the same town? Are you in things like that? There's been situations people are like, yeah, I didn't realize I was marrying my cousin because I was adopted and I didn't know my heritage or whatever. But Kevin Gates, unwittingly, according to him, got himself into a relationship with his third cousin. And then once that was revealed to him, he's like, we're not stopping. That good was too good, Rob. She knew how to throw it around.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, Saturday night. But you're right. That Steely Dan mashup with Kevin Gates is catchy as hell. Let me get this money to you here. It's your last keyword of the day from the Buzzard Bookie. And then we'll start it again tomorrow with RMG. Stansbury's got him too. Of course, I always have him. Plenty of chances throughout the day. So you might get one under the wire here. $1,000. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Speaking of Under the Wire, remember the band Haim?
Yes.
The Girls? They're still around. I shouldn't say remember, but they had a song called The Wire. And it shows up on Rolling Stone has dropped another one of these lists. Have you seen this? Rolling Stone has dropped the 250 best songs so far of the 21st century.
I did.
Now, with 250 songs, how are you not going to make the list? I know there's been a lot of songs, but they're not going to do super deep dives, I don't think. I always go right to who just squeaked in, who's number 250. When you're faced with all these songs, the editors of Rolling Stone said, all right, we'll start here, and then we'll go down to number 1. Train Drops of Jupiter comes in at number 250. But The Wire from Haim comes in at 50. That's not bad. That's a good song, right? Remember The Wire? This song's probably 10 years old, right? These girls are rocking some busted grills, boy. Those Haim girls. They're talented. They're good. 2013, I think, was The Wire. And I don't know if 250 songs is fodder for people to argue about what should or shouldn't be on here. That's a lot of songs.
Sure is.
There's something for everybody, really. So I see who just got in, and then I want to see what the top 10 are. Now, you break them down. You go to rollingstone.com. Up at the top there, you can go by 100 at a clip. And if you're in the 200s, who really cares? It's when you get to maybe the last 100 that you care. And so I peeped the last 25. And number 25 is 99 Problems from Jay-Z, which is a good song.
Gonna have no complaints from me.
A lot of people don't remember it the way some other people remember it.
If you haven't got problems, I feel bad for your son. I got 99 problems and a bitch ain't one.
Now, that's before Jay-Z kind of really started to feel himself. He had a very different vibe. But yeah, Jay-Z, 99 Problems. D'Angelo, remember the D'Angelo song from back in the day when he was naked in the video?
Yeah, what was it?
It's called How Does It Feel? It was technically untitled, from 2000.
Okay. Yeah, no, I remember the song. I just couldn't remember what it was called.
Yeah.
Now I know why.
Chapel Roan, Pink Pony Club.
That's where?
Number 23.
Shut up. Are you serious? Oh, my God, it is.
Yeah.
That's just ridiculous.
Is it, though?
Yes.
I literally have no sense of that. I mean, it's a big song, a huge hit.
There's a lot of huge hits.
See, Chapel Roan, and again, I don't know much about her. I know a couple of her songs. I would know her to see her. I know she's very popular. There's something about her that doesn't strike me as somebody who's going to be around in 20 years. There's a lot of pop stars I can see. I go, that person's going to have a big career, right? I could see Sabrina Carpenter sticking around. Billie Eilish going to be around for a long time.
Yeah, that's...
Chapel Roan isn't some, and I don't know why. I don't have any crystal ball in this stuff. There's just something about her. I'm like, I don't know if she's going to be around that long.
I agree.
I don't know if she seems too contrived and I could be way off. I don't know. I know the business is very different now. Lady Gaga, Bad Romance. Number 21.
Yeah, these are all, this is,
these are, Rolling Stone did the 250 songs, the best songs of the 21st century so far. Again, I don't know how any big song is not on this list.
But they do this.
That's a lot of songs.
The only time people talk about Rolling Stone is when they release these lists.
That's right.
So that's all this is. You look at the top 10 is ridiculous.
Gaga.
Gaga. It's completely ridiculous.
You think the top 10 is ridiculous?
Insane. Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Top 10
of the 21st century.
Thinking About You from Frank Ocean.
Great song.
Britney Spears, Toxic. Number 9.
Fine.
Okay. Radiohead, Idiotech. Number 8.
No.
Yeah, that's a boy. I mean, with respect. My son has multiple Radiohead tattoos. He is a ride or die for Greenwood and York and company. But they just never scratch me where I itch, boy. I literally like one or two Radiohead songs.
It's just not the 8th best song of this
of that century.
The last 25 years.
Yeah. All Right by Kendrick Lamar. That's an easy putt. I mean, you could throw a dart at one of his songs and go, this is one of the best songs of the new century.
Without question.
Dancing on My Own by Robin. I like her work with Röyksopp. Big fan of them. I could take her. But again, she's a big, big deal. She's from Sweden. She's one of the few people from over there to kind of really, like, plant her feet the rest of the world.
Yeah, to your point, with this many songs, they can go, well, I mean, look, Eminem's Lose Yourself was at 39. We acknowledged it. Like, if that's not a better song than Chapel Roan, I mean, come on. Like, what are they using for like making these happen?
Well,
this list?
That's what I'm saying. Like, aside from us, like, going over it and rolling our eyes or whatever, I'm always interested. I would love to be like part of the process of how they collate the songs, how they group them. How, a room full of editors for Rolling Stone who go, okay, we start with nothing. We got to find 250 songs, and then you go, this one should be here. I mean, obviously, everyone can agree that the mere notion of ranking music is crazy. But they must use some kind of criteria. Taylor Swift, All Too Well is number 5.
And that's a song, that's like a sleeper song, too, because that was never even released as a single.
That was
true? It was basically just an album thing, and it took off when she redid when they owned all of her old stuff and she re-recorded everything.
Right.
All Too Well, she made like the 20-minute version of it.
I was going to say,
that's
there's
what
a
got it to
10-minute
explode.
version. Yeah.
There was like a video that went along with it. It was like a short movie.
It was the longest number 1 song in history. It had been American Pie. All Too Well is at 10 minutes is the longest number 1 hit in history. It's a good song.
It's great.
But the fans love, like you said, it was never a hit or even a single. The fans love it.
Yep.
Screaming it at the shows.
And you've got the Killers, Mr. Brightside, which that song is the Bud Light of beers, right? Like, it is made to appeal to everyone on the planet.
You're never mad when you hear it.
Never.
Yeah.
And anywhere you go, if it's on, you see old people bobbing their heads and kids are singing it out loud. Like, it's just one of those songs. Number 26. And then when you go through the list of, like, the top 10 that you're talking about right now, there's 4 songs you've never heard.
Yeah. Seven Nation Army by White Stripes is number 4.
Great song.
Yeah.
Is it the number 4?
I do like the Audio Slave version. Chris Cornell can do no wrong. When they used to do Seven Nation Army live, have you ever got to see Audio Slave live? So goddamn good.
Every single one of you's got a story to tell. Everyone knows about it. From the Queen of England to the Hounds of Hell.
Now, that was short hair, Chris Cornell.
Yeah.
So there was more air getting to his scalp. Number 3, Crazy in Love, Beyonce, Jay-Z. That's a 22-year-old song. Number 2, Maps by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. Now, I love that song. Why it's number 2, I have no idea.
I don't think I've ever heard this song.
You've never heard Maps? See, I love Yeah Yeah Yeahs, man.
Nope.
You never heard Maps?
Nope.
Wow. I mean, it might not be number 2, but it was a hit.
Where?
It was all over the alternative radio when I was working alternative radio.
Really?
You've never heard Maps?
I've never heard that song.
Wow.
Was
Well,
that
anyway.
was that the hook of it? What you just played?
Yeah.
I have never heard that song in my life.
Karen O is super foxy. And, yeah.
Nope.
Wow. She was dating a dude in another band, and she was trying to get him to stick around. And then number 1 is Get Your Freak On.
Great song.
On the Rolling Stone, their 250 best songs of the 21st century so far. 2001. Yeah. This is right before she got super skinny, right?
Yeah.
This was kind of like when Missy Elliott still had some cakes and she had like the soccer mom hair, you know?
Yeah, she was wearing like a garbage bag in the video.
Yeah. She was doing it before Billie Eilish made it cool. Yeah, great song, man. Number 1, Rob.
This was a huge song, and this is a tough one to argue. If you look at, like, if they're looking at, like, sales, if they're looking at airplay, if they're, all of those things.
That's what I mean. I'm curious
considered.
what they're using as, is at number 2. I'm like, really? Like, I love the song, but, and granted, my knowledge of, pop music is thin at best, and if you're going to do a thing of 250 songs, it's going to be pop heavy, but
there it is.
You can get your freak on.
Joe, bitch!
Yeah. I saw Missy Elliott one time live, and I don't remember. It wasn't like a Lilith Fair type thing. Didn't they try to throw her on one of those kinds of tours? Like they did was it last night the Ice Cube was in town or the night before?
So mad, dude. I wanted to go
totally
so
forgot
bad.
about that. And we're downtown, and you can kind of get an idea of who's in town based on who you see walking around. I was like, what the hell is going on tonight? Because that Shaka Khan thing was just I was like, oh, damn it, Ice Cube.
I saw a dude standing in the garage wearing an NWA T-shirt as I was leaving, and I went,
And it
God
clicked.
damn
Yeah.
it. I wanted to go to that show so bad. I love Ice Cube.
We're in a weird spot now in Cleveland because there's a couple of new venues where there are too many shows now coming through, right? You can't keep up with them. For a while, it's kind of like, oh, how come this tour never comes to Cleveland or goes somewhere else? And there's still some that do that. But it's like there's like amazing shows now every night.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ice Cube would have been that would have been.
Oh, I love Cube. Now, see again. I'm just scrolling just to see what they put where.
It's gonna make you mad the more you scroll.
Miss Jackson by Outkast at 184.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, dude.
Archie Marry Me by the band Always, number 149. There's like 8 people who know that song.
I like how do you take a song like that and go, yeah, that should be up close toward 200. It's not that great. I mean, it's no Maps by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs.
Well, few songs are, Rob. And then it really gets going at the end. It just devolves into guitars and drums, and it's fantastic. And they're not around anymore, but Nick Zinner is a great guitarist. Anywho, that's fun. I got to take a break. 35192. You can text for anything. Email at alancoxshow.com. Listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show. WMMS.
BABBEL.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Traffic. From the Elk Milk Traffic Center, Serious Lawyers for Serious Injuries. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Problems in Lorain County. There's a crash blocking the left lane, 90 west at Route 57. Traffic backed up to 611 in the construction zone. Now there's a 3-car crash on 90 west in the 2 right lanes at Route 83, backing traffic up to Nagel. An accident on the Inner Belt North at Carnegie in the right lane. An accident reported 480 west at Warrensville Center. Jackie Robertson, the Total Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Wayside Furniture. Stop by Wayside Furniture's annual half-off sale this weekend to save on reclining sofas, sectionals, dinettes, and more. Wayside in Akron, 1367 Canton Road near the intersection of Route 224. Keeping it local since 1937.
From the Avon Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Studios, we say yes.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
It's for living out radio workplace fantasies. And if I have to explain that to you, it's clear you don't deserve it.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Boy, you want to talk about shows I can't believe I missed. Stereolab was at the Globe Iron last night. You hip to Stereolab at all?
No.
I mean, this song's probably 30 years old, but very all over the place. They're kind of like French, British avant-garde or whatever. They sold the joint out. Somebody texted me yesterday, you can be at the Globe Iron tonight, and I was like, I didn't clock what they were talking about, but I don't think they've ever played Cleveland before, and it was on my calendar a while back, and it just got lost in the shuffle. I'm like, God damn it. Can you believe I missed this band, Rob? At the Globe Iron?
You must feel how I feel.
You know I do a metal show, right? Well, you missed Ice Cube. And
yeah,
I was
you must feel the exact same.
Yeah. Damn it. It's too many shows. I got Kevin Gates on Saturday. Got to figure something out for tomorrow night. You know, Tim Misney is going to be on the show tomorrow. I wonder if he made it to Stereolab.
You can ask him.
Yeah, I'm bummed I missed that one. He will make his triumphant return to the program tomorrow, however. He hasn't been on the show in a long time. I figured we ran into each other a while ago, and I was like, hey, you should come back on, and we'll chop it up, see what's going on. But, yeah, I wish I had followed up with that person who texted me yesterday and asked if I was going to be at the Globe Iron, because I would have been like, what do you mean? And then they would have reminded me. But I don't think they've ever played Cleveland before. They've been around a long time. Brand new venue, sold-out show. Oh, Rob, I'm crestfallen.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Cavs basketball tonight. How about that? You know, they started the preseason against the Chicago Bulls here in Cleveland, lost by 1 point. So the Cavs are going to try to get over on them on their home court, the United Center. That's tonight, tip-off at 8, 7:30 pregame. And then a couple more preseason games against Boston and Detroit before the regular season starts in a couple of weeks. October 22nd in New York against the Knicks. They won't come home to start the season until the 26th. Against the Milwaukee Bucks. It's going to be a Sunday night a few weeks away. So Cavs basketball tonight, live from Chicago, in the shadow of the Michael Jordan statue. 8 o'clock on the Buzzard and on the iHeartRadio app. And you can leave messages there, too.
Alan and Roberto, I hope you're all doing wonderful. Today's part 2 of Messing with My Boss. Remember the racist bigot? I say bigot because he's actually a pastor and then says, screw those immigrant children. And I'm like, no, I'm good. That's MAGA's job. But anyway, moving forward, I put laxatives in his coffee now we're doing chemical warfare, and the fun continues. All right, y'all, have a good one.
All right, listen,
I mean, I
can't
feel
condone.
like, yeah.
I mean,
does this make us accomplices?
I
to
can't be a party to this. No, I don't know who this person is.
No, I know, but does he also think like he doesn't have a voice, and perhaps someone that knows him or knows his boss could
maybe so.
Just seems like a bad idea to be talking about.
I don't want to be asking too many questions, Rob, because implicate us.
When you think it's just a poop, but it comes out like soup. Diarrhea, diarrhea. When you're talking to your mom and it dribbles from your bum. Diarrhea, diarrhea. When you thought it was a fart, but laid a heavy shart. Diarrhea.
Laid a heavy shart.
Laid a heavy shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember Herschel Walker?
Yes.
This guy, I think, ran for Senate or something in Georgia. He was a football player. The guy's just dumb as a brick. And but Trump loves him because he's also been accused of sexual assault, and that's kind of Trump's wheelhouse. So it didn't matter to anybody involved on the MAGA side that this guy couldn't put two syllables together when he was running for Senate. But listen, if you stick around long enough, they will repay you with something entirely not deserved. Anyway, Herschel Walker is now again, this isn't exactly like a marquee gig, but he is, they made him the ambassador to the Bahamas.
All right.
Imagine you're somebody over there, you know, you're part of the government of the Bahamas, and here comes Herschel Walker. You roll out the red carpet for this guy. They haven't had an ambassador to the Bahamas in quite some time. The last one that we had, I think, was when Obama was president, and the ambassador at the time was, I don't know if she was then. She's married to the CEO of Netflix now. Ted Sarandos' wife was the ambassador to the Bahamas. I don't know. Again, it's not a marquee gig. And granted, ambassadorships are usually handed in any administration to donors, right? Like when I think Obama was president, or when Biden was president, I think he made Rahm Emanuel the ambassador to Ireland or something like that. So, you know, when you're in any administration, irrespective of party, you kind of hand out ambassadorships to people who give you a lot of money or people who are close friends or, you know, when people are jockeying for position. I don't imagine that Herschel Walker said, I'd really love to be the ambassador to the Bahamas. They're just throwing this guy a bone because, again, anybody in the MAGAverse who's widely perceived to be like incompetent or a terrible person or whatever, boy, they line up. They can't get enough of these losers. And so he's going to be over there talking to the Bahamas. I don't know what that entails. He might do a great job. I don't know. Played for the Dallas Cowboys, of course, many, many years ago. And they like to bring up a lot about his personal life. You know, his ex-wife said he tried to shoot her in the head, and 2 girlfriends he had, he pressured them to have abortions, even though when he was running for Senate, he was, I'm anti-abortion. Oh, most of those guys are, right? And then he had a bunch of kids with road beef, whatever. None of that has anything to do with whether or not you can do the job of being an ambassador. I want him to start this immediately so I can follow along with I have never paid that close attention to the Bahamas, and I've been to the Bahamas 2 or 3 times. I should have asked, who's your ambassador here? But think about all of the famous, because to the best of my knowledge, this is just like, you know, handing your buddy a thing. Because he doesn't have any connection to the Bahamas. And there are famous people whose families are from the Bahamas. And you think that'd make more sense. Maybe they probably don't want to be associated with Trump, but like Klay Thompson, right? I don't think he's on Golden State anymore. Who's Klay Thompson play for now?
Is he still playing? That's the.
I thought he was, but he went to the he went to the Mavs, I think. I think Klay Thompson went to Dallas. If he's playing, but he, you know, people started to pay attention to him in that championship run with the Golden State Warriors. He's Bahamian. Sidney Poitier, I think, is the most famous, but he's dead. And to the best of my knowledge, you can't nominate dead people for ambassadorships. Lenny Kravitz, his mom's from the Bahamas. Remember the show Sister, Sister?
Uh-huh.
Tia and Tamara Mowry, the twins? Their family's Bahamian. Rick Fox, guy was a Laker. He's from the Bahamas. None of those guys and women? Why not?
Klay Thompson is with the Mavs.
All right. Any one of those people could have been ambassadors to the Bahamas. But what about the Baha Men, Rob? It's in their name. The Baha Men are from the Bahamas. You imagine how amazing it would be if Trump had said, my ambassador to the Bahamas are the Baha Men.
I mean, it would make sense.
Yeah. By the way, my favorite fact about the Baha Men is when they were younger, they began as the Baha Boys. And then they just updated their name. As the band Boys to Men here?
Mm-hmm.
They kind of got them both in there. They're like, well, we were boys, but now we're becoming men.
Well, it makes sense.
The Baha Boys
Backstreet
became...
Boys should have done the same thing.
The Backstreet Men?
Right.
Yeah, okay. You think people would have gone to see the Backstreet Men?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're men.
Yeah. Well, the Baha Boys got going in the mid-'70s, but they didn't have a big old hit until Who Let the Dogs Out. And that was probably, was that late 90s, or were we into the 2000s with Who Let the Dogs Out?
Oh, God. Oh, I'm going to say early 2000s.
Okay. July of 2000. So you're pretty much right.
Now, that better be on the list of the 250.
No, that's for the new century, right?
Yeah, 2000, right? Would that have started with 2001?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Now, again, my only exposure to the Baha Men, I've told the story, is when they played the seventh inning stretch at Fenway Park. I did my show for a week in Boston. The first time I ever went to Fenway Park, and the Baha Men were performing. And so the song was only a few years old by then. This would have been like 2002 or 3.
Who let the dogs out, dude?
Dude.
Dude, the Baha Men are over at Fenway Park. They're playing Who Let the Dogs Out guy.
I don't think I've ever heard this full song.
Oh,
I didn't even pay attention when they were performing this full song. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the pitcher's mound in the center field. The Baha Men will fall. Anyway, why not make the Baha Men ambassadors to the Bahamas? But not the case. Going to be Herschel Walker. They, speaking of the Bahamas, by the way, you might remember, if you go back far enough with the James Bond movies, I think the first 2 or 3 of them they shot in the Bahamas. And like Dr. No, right? Didn't they shoot all those in the Bahamas?
You talking about those are the Connery ones?
Yeah, like the early ones, like Thunderball. If not just the early ones, they've shot in the Bahamas for James Bond movies on a lot of occasions.
Absolutely. It's beautiful.
Yeah, like I think if you go to Nassau, there's like a James Bond tour or something.
It's gorgeous.
It's so delightful. And down there, they don't mind if you hit someone with an open hand.
And there's plenty of places to shit.
I could shit over there. I could shit over there. There's chairs in every
Chairs
direction.
everywhere.
So, yeah, Thunderball back in the day, they did it with Casino Royale with Daniel Craig. The Thunderball Grotto. Anyway, people were flipping out because apparently Amazon scrubbed. So they had James Bond artwork for streaming James Bond movies, and they took the gun out of his hand. Did you see that graphic? People were flipping out because they took the traditional, was it Walter PPK?
Yeah.
The James Bond gun. They took it out of a graphic with Sean Connery from Dr. No. And his hand just looked weird, like an AI hand. Here, I'll show it to you if you're watching the live stream. On the right there is the original one with him holding the gun. Like his arms are crossed and he's holding the gun so the barrel's peeking out. Finger on the trigger. And they did an updated graphic and they removed the gun. This was in the UK. And James Bond Day was October the 5th. And people flipped out. How can you... I love the same people who scream about erasing history when it comes to James Bond. Boy, they got no problem with erasing lots of other bit of far more important history than James Bond. But anyway, I guess Amazon switched it back. This was their Cracker Barrel logo, if you will. But what I can't figure out, this isn't the first time that's ever been done. I remember when they were like airbrushing the gun out of Pierce Brosnan's hand.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is just an updated AI thing because his hand looks real weird and, you know, because they had to take his finger, they had to move his finger from off the trigger to just with the rest of his hand. But this is not like a new thing that they remove the gun from a James Bond or any other poster where somebody's got a gun. Yeah, like, remember this? Here's the, when they airbrushed it, GoldenEye. On the live stream here, lower left, when they airbrushed it out of Pierce Brosnan's hand. It's just him, like, holding a fist.
Yeah.
Like he's getting ready to have some fun. Amazon have removed the guns from their Bond posters, said one British columnist, giving the impression that Sean Connery and Pierce Brosnan think you're a wanker. Ooh, that's the height of British insult. You're a wanker.
He's a wanker.
He's a wanker.
He wanks over there.
He's not even carrying a gun. Now, they would probably never do something like this for Amazon in the U.S. If anything, they'd put more guns in his hand, right? Have one coming out of his collar, one in each hand.
Tattooed on his cheek.
Sticking out of his ears. You got to know your audience. That's the most important thing. Alan, I'd rather see Cool in the short list of friends he keeps up with. If you're talking about changing band names.
Oh, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I see what he did there.
Player for the Yankees named Jazz Chisholm is Bahamian. Well, guess what? He gets to go back home to the Bahamas because they're not playing baseball anymore. Yeah. Rahm Emanuel, ambassador to Japan. Thank you. Devotion to accuracy. People keeping score at home. Let's see. Jaws 2 was also filmed in the Bahamas. I don't really remember Jaws 2. I remember Jaws 1, obviously, because it's a classic.
Yeah.
And then I remember Jaws 3 because it was terrible and it was in 3D. And that's all I needed when I was like 12 years old. It was Dennis Quaid. It was Louis Gossett Jr. And it was not sophisticated. In the 80s, they were kind of trying to bring back 3D. It was huge in the 50s and 60s. And then it went away for a long time because movies were just doing different things. But in the 80s, for whatever reason, there were a lot of movies that came back. There was this resurgence of 3D movies. So there was Jaws 3D. By the way, these were movies that like weren't shot in 3D. So they were like, let's just make it 3D. There was Friday the 13th Part 3. There was a movie called Metal Storm. They were all terrible movies. The only hook was that they were in 3D. And I'm not sure why. Maybe the technology got better, but I was like, why did 3D come back in the 80s? So I remember Jaws 3D. There was a scene where a guy goes diving after the shark, and something bad happens to him, but you don't know what. And then they cut to a scene of some other people outside the tank trying to find this guy. And here comes his severed arm, Rob, floating in the air towards your face. And again, you know, wasn't crazy sophisticated as far as the technology went, you know. Friday the 13th 3D. That was fun. There was a scene where he's over on the dock and you're from the POV of the woman he's trying to kill, and he shoots a harpoon gun, and the harpoon comes towards your face. And you're in the theater like, oh my God.
Swat it away.
Oh, there's a harpoon in my face. But it was fun while it lasted. And now we got to go.
Jaws 2 still had Roy Schneider in it, didn't it?
Roy Scheider was in Jaws 2. By the time they got to 3 and 4, it was like the woman who played his wife was the only one left, Lorraine Gary. Yeah. But Jaws 3, it was like Dennis Quaid, Louis Gossett. Like, it had some people in it. And then one of them was Michael Caine, right? Jaws The Revenge or Jaws 4. He was like, that movie paid for me house. Yeah. People were like, that movie was terrible, right? He goes, oh, of course it was terrible, but it paid for my house. So, yeah. Anywho. All right, we got to go. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Tim Misney, Esquire, to join us tomorrow on the show after a long absence. We'll pick his brain. Easier to get to, Rob, because he has no hair.
Hey-o.
Where can people get you in the meantime?
On Instagram, WMMS Rob.
All right, I'm Alan Cox Show. This program in its entirety is available for you wherever you get your podcasts. If you listen on our iHeartRadio app, there's a red microphone talkback button. You can use that to drop us messages. Or use the After Hours line, 216-986-8903. Is how you leave us voicemails. That's there 24/7. You can watch the show if you like. Our YouTube channel has this and past episodes as well. You need to email me for anything, alan@alancockshow.com. And that's it. Cavs pregame is on the way, 6:30. Is that correct?
No,
7:30. Sorry, because
yep.
it's an 8 o'clock tip tonight. So about an hour away. A little bit of Corey Roddick probably next.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And then 7:30 is your Cavs pregame from Chicago against the Bulls, 8 o'clock on MMS. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow. Thanks, guys, for hanging out.
Just before we go, I'm going to go to the bathroom for a bit. Not to cry about you leaving, but just to take a huge dump. So if you hear any crying from the bathroom, not about you. It's the dump.
Be careful of what you say.